Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bhavna Bhatia in the industry for over 16 plus years. It's indeed my honor to be your host for today. And trust me, today is going to be a very exciting one. Firstly, I'd like to commend the entire fantastic crowd which is present here. We have the retail leaders, many of you who have joined. We have innovators in the room. We have disruptors in the room, all under one roof. Welcome to Exchange for Media's inaugural RetailEX Conference and Awards 2025, wherein we explore this year's theme, Innovate, Adapt, and Thrive. We're talking about shaping the future of retail commerce. If you all would agree that retail isn't just evolving, it's reinventing itself every single day. From AI-driven shopping to immersive in-store experiences, the way we connect to our consumers and customers is changing fast. The brands that thrive, they don't just follow trends, they truly set them. But before deep diving into today's extremely interesting agenda, I'd like to give my credit to the co-partner of this event, Route Mobile Limited, a global leader in CPaaS solutions. With that, if I may request our team to cue in for the partner presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's give them a bigger round of applause for supporting the inaugural edition, Route Mobile. I've been fortunate enough to, in fact, host recently with them, and of course, Proximus Global and Route Mobile. So Proximus Global has basically got the biggest FDI in technology in between India and Belgium in Route Mobile. So the company has been growing and incredibly doing well. And recently, Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid and the Belgian Economic Mission had come down, and they're doing wonders. So congratulations to the team of Route Mobile for this incredible feat, and of course partnering on the inaugural edition of RetailEX Conference and Awards. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, since we're here present in the room, and of course we're also present online with being live on the Exchange for Media's YouTube channel, Here we are looking at bringing together the brightest minds in retail, and the conversations, I believe, shouldn't be just confined to these four walls. So what we'd request you is to, during the course of the conversation today, record videos, click pictures, share your favorite moments, and of course tag your brands and colleagues. Our official hashtag for today is hashtag e4m RetailEX as one word, which is RetailEX as one word. So remember that e4m RetailEX is your official hashtag. So whenever there is any speaker postings or your major key takeaways from today, remember to post it with the official hashtag. Also, we hope that all of our brands present here learn from the leaders today. So it's about the bold ideas, the big conversations, and celebrating the trailblazers shaping the future of retail. And what better to start off with the first visionary who's joining us. Now let's deep dive into a story of innovation, resilience, and brand legacy. Our keynote speaker is somebody who has taken the everyday essential bottled water and transformed into the powerhouse brand we all are aware. Under his leadership, Bisleri has not just quenched the thirst but also built an enduring legacy. Get ready for an engaging, no-holds-barred discussion on From Bottled Water to Brand Legacy, the Bisleri growth story. It's a journey of bold strategies, consumer trust, and staying ahead in the competitive market. Please join me in welcoming and give a big round of applause for none other than the CEO of Bisleri International Private Limited, Angelo George. Thank you, Angelo. Very good morning. So Angelo, right here. And this is your clicker, in case you
Good morning. What I'm going to put in context is the kind of challenge that you have, whether you're talking about brands or whether you're talking about retail. It's about first differentiating your product from others, creating a mark, and then trying to keep evolving with the times. And that's a Bisleri story that I would like to share with you. There are few brands which have lasted 50 years in this country, let alone be category and market leaders. Our story goes back to 1965 with Sinor Bisleri, Feliz Bisleri, starting up a bottled water plant in Thane, initially available only in luxury restaurants and hotels. Post-acquisition by the current group, Pale Group, we have made it affordable and accessible for the masses. Well, we have set the standards in this industry over a period in time. We have always been a mineral water, which means it had added minerals and not just a purified water. It is only recently that FSSAI has mandated that there must be minerals in water as a mandate. And innovations have always been customer-centric, including the fact that we were possibly the first brand in the country to have the labels in 16 regional languages to make it important for consumers to recognize and pick up Bisleri without any issue. And obviously our advertisements over the years have been contemporary, quirky humor in most of the times, and I'm sure this is one ad that you possibly would recall. Can I have the volume a little up?
Bisleri है?
हाँ बिस्लरी है।
आया ऊँट है, गधे नहीं।
अरे बिस्लरी निकाल बिस्लरी।
समझदार जानते हैं कि हर पानी की बोतल बिस्लरी नहीं, इसलिए सिर्फ
पियो बिस्लरी।
And obviously, the market recognizes the creativity that has gone into our advertising. In fact, just in the last year, we have won 32 awards for the kind of ads that we have done. I'll share some of them in the course of this presentation. So these have been really the building blocks of success which has taken us through the last 55 years. It's about zero compromise on quality and setting the standards. It was about innovation, and the other key element is about reach. We have a unique strategy in this. Rather than mega plants which are located and operate on scale efficiencies, what we have done, we have set up about 150 factories closer to the market. Now, two things it does. One, the proximity enables you to service quickly to the demand, respond quickly. Secondly, it also is environmentally friendly because you are not extracting too much of water in one place. You are able to kind of replenish and balance out. And the last I've shared with you is about communication. Now, the critical piece for us has been when we look forward as to what is happening in the marketplace. We have managed to keep our connect with the consumers, but obviously consumers are growing and there are new consumers coming into the fold. So the youth have new aspirations and they have their own identified style icons which keep changing over the time. How do you keep connecting with Gen Z and prevent Bisleri from becoming my grandfather's brand? So that's really been our challenge. So the first step, we said we should revamp our communication, and that's how we have gone and incorporated Deepika Padukone to bring in that cool quotient in our brand. Volume please. Yeah. This Drink It Up campaign has resonated very well with the youth. And the second area which we were looking at is that what is our core brand strength? It's about hydration. And what resonates better than sports where peak performance requires your body to be well hydrated? So we said we have to be the first choice hydration partner for every sport that's there. And we have 5 IPL teams. We signed up with 7 ISL teams. We are present in hockey, all the marathons in the country, the golf, and including chess, where I think it's important to stay hydrated to think clearly. It's not just being part to that, it is also being able to create digital content out of these associations which then connect with consumers. Not just with the players but also using
Guys,
celebrities.
Wanna play? तू ना मिडिल गेट पे जा, तू एक्स्ट्रा कवर पे जा और तू मिड ऑन पे जा. चल तू बॉलिंग कर.
पाजी ड्रिंक इट अप.
चलना वापस करते हैं. चल फुटबॉल खेलते हैं. बिस्लरी ड्रिंक इट अप.
Where people look for shortcuts and hope for luck. Be the epitome of hard work. Let your love for the game shine through every play. With a laser focus on the field, let the passion drive you. Drink it up.
So technology allows the seamless integration of creative ideas into the narrative, connecting with the digitally savvy audience. You can see what we have done with golf here. and being party to the national games. So it's not just about being part and present in the ground, it's also about creating digital content which kind of goes around and reinforces the idea that the first choice for hydration should be Bisleri.
The bell rings, the fight begins.
And we have done something interesting. We have used non-runners in marathons to drive home the point that you can do it in an interesting manner. Look at very calm now on marathon.
Today, it's not about rolling punches, but taking steps. Each step is a triumph, each breath a victory. The heat, the distance, they're just opponents, trying to weigh you down. But you know the secret, don't you? Refuel, take a sip, hydrate. Every champion feels the fire, every fighter questions the pain. This is the fighting push. You're not just running, you're inspiring. For every girl who's watching, every person who's cheering, and for yourself. Finish strong. The fight never ends. It just changes arenas. And no matter where it takes you, one thing remains. Hydration fuels every win. Bisleri. Drink it up.
And in a country where movie stars or movies are almost religion, we said this is a great platform for us to connect with an audience, particularly the regional audiences. And we have had this association with some of the blockbuster movies, in fact, starting with RRR. We have been kind of a lucky charm for the movies that 92% of the movies we have been associated so far, and we have been with about 28 of them in the last 2 years. We have become a lucky charm that producers are now seeking out an association with Bisleri so that that lucky piece is not missing. So the real estate part of the label is well used every time we do not just the labels, but we also brand all our trucks across the country with this movie theme so that the amplification impact is out there. Not just movies, we also tried doing something with music videos. Now, one of the things which happened to us during COVID is that we were one of the few companies in India which worked 24/7 without even a day of respite during the pandemic. And one of the challenges that the population faced was with containment zones where they could not come out. So we set up this entire direct to home service called Bisleri at Doorstep, where we said that we will come to your doorstep, you need not step out. And that started the entire e-commerce venture really. It has become a significant part of our business today. And what we have done is innovate further to make it easier for consumers to order online or through an app.
अब कुछ नहीं रुकेगा क्योंकि बिस्लरी अपने आप आएगा.
Now this is the water adjacency area that we have started looking at in terms of the carbonated beverages and things what we can do around there. We have launched 4 brands in the space, all with the tag of Bisleri, so that you are strengthening the Bisleri brand in the marketplace, also getting more shelf space. Limonata, Pop, Rev and Spicy Jeera, the 4 brands, trying to be differentiating on the flavor and the taste.
Sir, only single yellow, boring fellow. You want double the chill? Double the chill. Limonata, limey and minty, double the chill. Limey, minty, double the chill. Limey, minty, double the chill. Limonata, double the chill. Double the chill.
Honey, honey, babe.
Again, a youth-focused marketing strategy presents in the large-scale events, fundamentally targeting the college fest, because we said let's keep connecting and sampling this brand. And that's what we have done. As we speak, we are building up capacity. This is an exciting space to be in, but it's also an intensely competitive space, so we have to have that significant differentiation to stand out and grow these brands. Now, the India's affluent story is very interesting, and it presents a significant opportunity at the top of the pyramid. Bisleri Vedika, with the goodness of the water from the Himalayas, the minerals. It's a natural mineral water from the Himalayas. And over the last 3 to 4 years, it has become possibly the most dominant player, if not the leader already in this space. Again, what we have done, we have managed to be positioning this product as aspirational with marketing associations with top-end events in the country. The idea is very simple. With every noteworthy event, we should be there as our brand, and every fine dining restaurant in the country need to have Vedika. That's a simple strategy. Now, we have chosen to expand overseas, and the first place we have chosen to start is the exciting United Arab Emirates. We have entered the UAE in 2023, and as we speak, we are scaling up into rest of MENA. Again, strengthening our affiliation through with sports, the ILT 20 in Dubai, and Dubai and Now, having said that, that's one part of the story, but the youth today is concerned about the environment as well. They respect and love brands which care for the environment. And when we look at this, we have 2 big challenges. First, our product itself, water, and the second, the packaging that we use, be it plastic or anything else. So let me share this part of our story. Before I go any further, let me reassure you that we were one of the first companies in India to become plastic neutral and water positive. We recycle more plastic than we put in, and we replenish more water than we extract and process. And this has been achieved through a strategic approach called Bisleri Greener Promise, Bottles for Change, which promotes plastic circularity, and Nayi Umeed, which is about conserving water. Now, we are in the business of providing safe and pure water to consumers. We are neutral to the packaging options. What we require is a packaging material which is safe, affordable, scalable, and in terms of sustainability or carbon footprint is better than available options. That little complex slide out there is just to share with you that among the options available, PET is quite safe, accepted by regulatory bodies across the world, and enough studies have been done even in India to prove that there is no leaching of harmful chemicals into the water, even if the PET has been exposed to the sun or lying around in your car. It doesn't cause endocrine disturbances. These are 2 and 3 year studies which have been conducted in great amount of detail. Not just that, if you look at the carbon footprint, you have to actually take it from the raw material processing to the recycling or decommissioning of a product. You will see that the alternative options are at least 2x or 5x more carbon footprint than PET that's available. So as long as that is the most affordable option to reach water to the consumers, we will continue to use PET, but we have enough options even in glass and others. Having said that, is it all bells and whistles for plastic? No. There's a huge challenge that we have. But is plastic as a material to be blamed, or we as consumers? I think the challenge really is about consumer education in terms of moderating consumption and disposal. So the Bottles for Change program is about that, is about educating people that there is great value in used plastic, don't throw it away. And we will also provide enabling systems to pick it up from your doorstep and take it directly for recycling rather than that plastic ending up in a landfill. So that's this program all about, that's workflow. The program in the last 5 years have reached over 1.4 million people associating with some of the top educational institutions in this country, some of the largest corporates, some of the most prestigious hotels and restaurants, and housing societies. When you start engaging with the community, you find that you can actually create a larger impact. That's something which we did in January last year. We hold the Guinness World Record along with PSG Arts and Science College in Coimbatore, where in 12 hours we managed to collect 79.8 tons of plastic. And not just that, our uniforms at Bisleri are made of recycled plastic. And we keep creating innovative stuff with the used PET bottles. This is something interesting we have done. We said people have to see recycled plastic materials in public space. These are benches which we have created out of the Bisleri caps. And to make it aesthetically looking better, we have managed to incorporate paintings by people who don't have hands, who paint with their mouth and feet. And those are the paintings out there. They're placed in some of the most prominent locations in this country. Carter Road in Bombay, Sabarmati riverfront in Gujarat, Ayodhya temple premises, and all the floors of Shastri Bhavan, which houses 18 ministries of the Union government. And not just here, you can see that some of the most luxurious properties in this country have started placing them in their premises. We have a tie-up with the Taj hotels premises in Goa, and the rollout is underway across the country now. These are things which we have created. These are bookshelves created out of recycled plastic. You can see that waste to wisdom could happen. Not just that, we have also been partnering with government bodies and forest departments, and obviously schools and colleges where we get the multiplier effect. That's work done in Coorg, a UNESCO area in terms of preservation priority. We do regular forest cleaning and ensure that the plastic is collected and recycled and sent for recycling directly. In fact, with Tamil Nadu government, we have initiated a process to make Ooty the first hill station in the country to be not plastic free, but plastic waste free. Not just there, we have also put up the first material recovery facility in a national park, that is Ranthambore in Rajasthan, which we have done about 3 weeks ago, and last week we have signed up with Panna National Park in Madhya Pradesh. We have also been contributing to the knowledge base on plastic circularity, working with renowned foundations like Observer Research Foundation at the Raisina Dialogues. And when we have initiated this journey in Bottles for Change, we have understood that if you are able to inculcate responsible use and disposal practices, it needs to be starting with children. This is possibly the first comprehensive guide in this country where we have created a book which will enable kids to understand about plastic and the uses of plastic. And as we speak, we are going to be talking to the Ministry of Education to see if this can be made available across the country in terms of part of education in the schools. Just before I wrap up, I think I'm running out of time. I just want to share with you something interesting which we have done on water. Apart from all this, we have done to ensure that water conservation is our priority. We have a problem in India that we have 18% of population and 4% of the groundwater in the world. We have worked on with the government of India on creating something called water credits. And this is something which we have done, try to understand the scope for creating water credits on the lines of carbon credits. The pioneering work done on water credits in this country, and we are in conversation to make this as part of Mission Life and enable this entire concept to become live. Let me just skip to the last slide on this. This is what we are looking at as an output, and for a brand, what we are looking at is to create water sustainability product label, similar to what you find on consumer appliances in terms of star rating. And we are a privately held company. Only the top 1,000 companies by market cap need to create and produce this business responsibility BRSR report. We have published it voluntarily in the current year. Before I close, I have a small video which encapsulates whatever work we have done.
चलो घर से मिले।
तू एक बूंद दिल जिंदगी है, तू खुश सी मुस्कान है, हर जगह है तू डगमग पंख है, ऊंची उड़ान है तू, सारा जहां है तू, जहाँ मंजिल के परे ओ पागल बुलबुले, चल बचपन के तले, वही तेरा घर मिले।
इस घर को हम प्यार से रखते हैं।
We believe that it's important to ensure and adopt sustainability practices to ensure our legacy is enduring one. Thank you so much.
Angelo, may I please request you to once again join us back on stage? We'd allow us an opportunity to put you, of course, back in spotlight, but this time we'd request Avadut Hinge, Associate Vice President Global Customer Success, Route Mobile Limited, to please join us. Let's give Avadut and our past speaker, Mr. Angelo George, a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Bisleri, a brand we all connect with, and it's so great to see the leadership from Bisleri talk more on the future ahead, what campaigns they've focused on, and of course, sustainability being a core feature in continuing the legacy ahead. Mr. George, of course, has a tight schedule ahead. Thank you, Mr. George, for joining us, and we bid you an adios from our side, but we hope to see your legacy on Bisleri continuing for the years ahead. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead to our next power speaker. Allow us an opportunity to request your attention to a generation that is redefining retail as we know it. Who are we talking about? Well, Gen Zs. But here's the catch. Is there just one Gen Z in India? Well, there are many. Different regions, different mindsets, different expectations. So how do brands truly connect with them? To break it down, we're going to be having our next speaker whose deep understanding of consumer behavior and digital-first branding is going to help us understand the many Gen Zs in India and their needs with brands. So get ready for a masterclass in decoding the next generation of shoppers. Allow me to now welcome with a big round of applause CMO of Myntra, Mr. Sundar Balasubramanian. So, an absolute pleasure having you on board, and we look forward to your expertise.
It's an exciting time to be in retail, given this beautiful cohort of folks who are coming in. And our attempt to understand them, unravel them, has been super fascinating, and that's what I'm here to kind of share with you. The Gen Z cohort is, as someone recently presented to us, told us, the most researched audience cohort that probably exists in history. And quickly they followed it by saying the most not understood audience cohort that exists, right? So this is a little bit of work in progress for all of us. There are some early shoots that we've seen, and that's kind of what I'd like to share today. First, and the first section is what I've called Gen Z myth busting, and that comes across because I've been in rooms like this where a lot of folks have said, why should I focus on Gen Z? They are college goers, they don't spend much, there's no loyalty, and many other such similar words. I'm going to try and help bust a little bit of myth over there, but from our perspective, from a Myntra perspective, we are almost taking a stab and saying our future growth depends on our ability to talk to this audience. As we are today, there are 200 million Gen Zs in urban India. 60 million of them are already transacting online in some form or the other. Okay, so no way a small cohort, no way a not buying cohort. Are they buying as much as millennials, etc.? Of course they are not. They are in a different stage of life. But what they are doing in certain categories, buying much more than millennials, right? So the way we see it is 5 years out, for a brand like Myntra, the 200 million Gen Z would be our source of growth and the core business, and we want to start now. So that's how we've approached it, and we are super excited to kind of double down on this cohort. So yeah, I think some of these, one is their students, they can't afford much, is of course. So A, you have to understand that 30% of Gen Z are no longer students A. They've all come into the workforce at some level, purely from an age perspective. They're all first jobbers at some level. But even if they're not first jobbers, the reality is that this is an audience who, as they go through college, understand this beautiful word called side hustle, and they figure out avenues to make money because it's important for them to spend. Right? This is the statistic that we have, which is 69% of them have some kind of side hustle or a way to figure out how to make money. And they're innovative in many ways. A common one that we see a lot today, and which will also be relevant for us as much as for a lot of you, is becoming a creator / influencer, right? Easy for them because they're digital first, they're digital born, and now we are at a stage where every single one of them can figure out a way to monetize it. Second is low attention span. How do we really reach out to them? It is not their problem, it is our problem, right? The reality is that if you show them the right kind of content, they have higher watch times, whether it is creator videos, whether it's movies, and this is statistics that's coming out of YouTube, right? So they will pay attention to you if you serve them the right way, and that's what we have to figure out. We have to at some level let go of possibly the traditional ways of how we do content / storytelling to make it relevant for them. But how many of us already would know people who say that when there is a new series launched, I've binge watched it over the weekend? If that is that is not low attention span, that is the highest level of attention span. So it exists, we just have to make sure that we deliver to it. Will they be consistent customers? Do they have money? The reality is they do. This is the most interesting statistic that I found. 40% of the National Stock Exchange registered users are Gen Z. Okay? Does not in any way mean that they are really good in investments. We leave that part aside. But the fact and reality is this shows that their intent to either save, make money, to consume exists and is very, very strong. Right? No one's going to become a member of the National Stock Exchange just for fun or to show it on their CV. They are doing it because they realize that there is an upside. And the beauty for all of us here is that upside they are doing it to consume. They are not doing it to save for the future, they are doing it to consume. So from a business perspective, it's an amazing sweet spot for all of us. They just buy on impulse. How do I really capture them and talk to them? Again, their shopping behavior is different from the past. 67% of them look at online customer reviews before buying. The traditional way of buying was, I look for quality markers or trust markers from a brand, from a celebrity or otherwise. They have a different kind of a trust marker. Their quality trust marker is, are people like me talking well about this brand? For us as an online platform, therefore, ratings and reviews becomes uber important, because if I can say whatever I want about something, but they are going to believe if 50 other people like them have commented over there on that product saying good, bad, ugly. And the good part of this cohort is there is no filters. If they find something bad, they will say it's bad. And you have to accept it for that face value and move on. But that honesty is very important for them. And that's what they search the most for. So that's important, and how do you kind of piggyback on that is going to be key. Do they influence revenue? As I said, we've got data which says that at least from an e-commerce perspective, 25% of GMV is driven by Gen Zs in the lifestyle space, right? That's quantified. And what we do know is in households, they kind of impact 85% of purchasers. They are the chief decision makers in their families. Just extend yourself to anything in the realm of electronics, tech. No one is going to know it more in their family than that Gen Z, right? Because they research it. They will know tech specs of whether it's a TV, whether it's a washing machine, whether it's a mobile. I would argue whether it's a water purifier. Right, going down to, of course, things related to home decor, related to fashion, etc. Right? So these folks are, where they are interested, they will go deep, and they have strong influence. Very, very quantifiably, this is a study done along with the folks at Bain and Myntra. What we do know, as I said, is 60 million of them are active purchasers online today. What they do is do more transactions in a year than others. The counter to that is they spend lesser, right? So at Myntra, if I look at a millennial, if I had to look at a women's dress, I would be around the 1,000 price point for millennials. The price point here would be 500 to 600. So that there is that difference, but they will buy more often through the year than the millennials do. So the way the maths works out is that they are as big a consuming cohort today, and if you future cast all 200 million buying, they are going to be a very big consuming class in the future. So for us, this cohort is super important. So now this is them, and just looking at them from a business contribution perspective. Now comes the tough part, which is how do you get to them? How do you make them buy into you as a brand, as a retailer, etc. Which is where we get into what we call insights. These are some of the top questions that they kind of pose to you as a brand. A, is it for me? Are you talking specifically to me is very, very important. Their version of saying, are you a Gen Z brand? Otherwise, I don't care about you. Are you on trend? This is super important. I'm making loose generalization, but for a large part of the country, from a fashion perspective, brand was super important as you were making choices, right? Because again, there were markers of whether it's a global brand, national brand, D2C brand, that was important. For this cohort, trend is important. Is it with the times? And when I say with the times, again, fashion is about, loosely speaking, spring, summer, autumn, winter, traditionally. For them, trend is what is on this month. For them, trend is a new season of Emily in Paris has come about, and therefore do you have what that show is talking about. Call Me Bae has come out. Do you have what Ananya Pandey is wearing in that, right? So for them, trend is super micro. Somewhere in the world, Beyonce launches a music video that has a certain kind of denim, very real time, that is sought after in India. Extremely difficult for all of us, whether you are a marketplace that's curating brands or you are a brand making for it. Extremely difficult to be real time, but that's the agility that this cohort demands. So how do you be on trend for them? Third is, can we co-create? They believe, they don't believe in traditional hierarchies of you know more than me in fashion or any other kind of category. They want to understand and say, I want a voice in what you are making, and then I will buy into you. So how do you figure out that version of co-create? Inclusivity is important. They, buy as a cohort, believe in differentiation / being not sticking to stereotypes. They believe in embracing a certain authentic version of themselves. They are unafraid and unabashed to talk about how they are different between one and another, and they actually celebrate it. A lot of previous cohorts would want to be like someone. They want to be, as someone famously said, my favorite is me. That version is celebrated, and that differentiation is celebrated. They don't seek uniqueness. So how are you being inclusive to all kinds of Gen Z? They believe in a certain show me, which is, I'm again interpreting it from the fashion and beauty world, which is make it more visual, make it more video led. I am born in Instagram. What I see is what I consume. YouTube Shorts is what works for me. If you extend it globally, it would be the TikTok version. But for them, it's very visual. So how do you cater to that? Value is important. We looked at the earlier slide which spoke about it, which is I am not going to pay what the earlier generation was. I am in a different stage of life. So how do you re-engineer for me? Are you sustainable comes out a lot. At this stage, I'm going to say it is sought after, but it is not something that they will pay for. they are not there yet. It is something that they care about, they talk about, it's top of mind, but just the very fact that sustainable brands have not yet. I think it will get there, but it's a stage in life, but they are not yet there. And the last one, which is my community with you, that's the marker, right? These seem intuitive. I'm guessing all of us would have seen it in some form or the other in presentations. What I'm going to chat about is how we've interpreted it at Myntra and what's kind of worked and what's not. So the first one is the is it for me? And we realized that as cool as we think Myntra is, why we launched Forward, which is an app-in-app for them. Right? And honestly, all of us, myself included at some point, thought, hey, we are the coolest brand that exists, but for Gen Z, no, we are not. So for them, we created, first of all, an app-in-app version called Forward. And how do you get more and more of Gen Zs to land in there? And that becomes their version of what Myntra is. What is that version for each of you, I think, is question number one. Second is what I've of course said, show me. And this is where we've made a big change with everything in Forward, which is where we've leaned in a lot more to a video-led experience for folks as they scroll the app. Right, as you can see, this is an example. So we've got a video-led catalog now of 180,000 videos. Almost looks like something that you would see on Instagram. It's got a good mixture of creators coming on, talking about videos. A lot of these are not, as you will see here, they are talking about styling. They are not talking about selling a brand, etc. What's important for them is how do I style? How do I look good when I go to campus, when I'm entering the workforce, when I'm going to the gym, any of these occasions. So a lot of this comes out to videos that help me style. And below is how you kind of put in the widgets to say, if you like what you see there, you can click and buy it. So this amalgamation of the word we use is social commerce, which is social content, but mixed with commerce is probably the future. And the video-led catalog is one example of that. The next one is, does my community approve? And how do you kind of engineer for this? So we launched something called Ultimate Glam Clan, which is basically saying, if you are a shopper on Myntra, you can become a creator on Myntra. You've bought something, take a photo, take a video, review it, and upload it. We will surface it on the app, right? So anyone looking for a red top, as they're searching, we will show user-generated reviews of different red tops. They can make choices whether they like it or not. Interestingly enough, as much as we do a lot of influencer work, we've launched this, I think, in October. We've got 400,000 sign-ups on this program, right? People leaning in to say, I will put this. What works for them is two things. A, they get showcased on the Myntra app. And of course, we are working to figure out how do you make it even more important, how do you show up in the first page, you know, those kind of things. But more importantly, we've said that if someone clicks on your video/visual and buys, you get a commission of it. So we've made it a creator affiliate model for every single person. You don't have to be someone with millions of followers to make money. We are democratizing the creator ecosystem in the country by saying, you may have no followers on other platforms, but come to us, showcase this. If people buy, then hey, you're going to make money of it. In the last 4 months, our top creator has earned anywhere between 15 to 20,000 per month. Our average is between 500 to 700 across the different people, right? So it's amazing because what we are getting is Gen Z coming in and talking of what's good, what's not. And as I said, they are honest. We have to be true to their honesty and showcase it. What they get out of it is, again, they look for side hustle, they look for money. We give them. And of course, our hope is as we give them money, they come back and transact on Myntra with it, of course. But that's the kind of circle that works through in trying to get this community going. Is it on trend? Super important as you talk about everything fashion and retail. So the way we've done cataloging has kind of changed. gone from the studio style cataloging to making it more Insta style cataloging. This is also where a lot of AI will come in. The bottom two is 100% AI, right? Zero shoot involved in that. So how do you kind of get better at it, and how do you do it at scale? I don't think we are there yet, but we are experimenting to figure out how to make that happen. Continuation of how do you be on trend is even how we do our descriptions. For example, we don't start with brand name now. We start with bodycon dress, we start with mini dress. Those are more important because that's how they are searching. The brand, as you can see, comes later, right? So those are minor changes in even how we are cataloging. And it for me, and of course we are a tech platform, and how do you move that forward is what we've called Fashion GPT. It is a Gen AI version of search. So again, this is a cohort which does not search for denim trouser. It does not one that searches for pink sari. It is a cohort which will search for, I have a wedding in Jaipur in winter and I want something pink, right? So how do you go about kind of answering that, which is where we launched Fashion GPT, which is the conversational search engine that we have, and the adoption as expected is highest amongst Gen Z. And when they do this kind of adoption, it leads to, again, our version is it leads to higher engagement. They spend more time on the app, they scroll more, and the minute that happens, conversion is better. And therefore, all your revenue metrics kick in. So this is the other version of how we are taking Is It For Me forward. Value, super important. So our price points on forward are lower. But more than that, what we've kind of done is launch something called the Forward Pass, and where we are kind of balancing two things. One is, yes, don't worry. One is how do you get loyalty, and second is deliver value, both, right? Loyalty, we are saying, is buy this pass for $9. For 6 months, you will get 50 rupees off on an article every month. So they are getting higher value. What we are getting is hopefully their intent to say, hey, for 6 months, I've got something to buy at Myntra every month, right? So that's kind of how we are providing value. Outside of, as I said, the base pricing needs to be in the sweet spots that matter. So with all this, we've kind of early stages, but we've seen some level of success. Year on year, we've gone from about 8 million Gen Z customers to about 16 million Gen Z customers. We'd like to believe that from a fashion platform perspective, we are one of the leading ones in India. But this is just the start. As I said, 200 million Gen Zs, we're very far away from that. But this is the kind of space where we are looking at doubling and multiple Xing of revenues year on year. So that's kind of where we are. One small thing to remember as you do all this and figure it out for your own brands is to remember that Gen Z is not one cohort. They are not all the same. 200 million people cannot be the same, right? This is just one snapshot of how diverse Gen Z are. A lot of times, even for me, when we started out, Gen Z was the first two. Fashionista and urban trailblazer, the edgy folks who want to rebel and showcase themselves, break norms, tends to be what we think of from a Gen Z. But this is India, right? And you have different versions of Gen Z, all of them having different values that are important for them. The actual slide has archetypes for each of them, what it means from a fashion perspective. So I think it's important. And when it's 200 million, there is enough of a market to cater to each of them. Very difficult for any brand to cater to all of them, right? So I think a little bit more understanding is going to be, what does your brand, your service as a retailer, what do you stand for each of these different cohorts? And how do you kind of service everything from a selection perspective, experience perspective, price point perspective, etc. So that's kind of, this is honestly space that we're still exploring and figuring out, but I think it's an important one to understand as we look at this cohort. That's all I have. Thank you so much. Hopefully I wasn't too late. Sure.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Sundar a warmer round of applause. What a fantastic... honestly, talking about Gen Z, one would need a lot more time, but the fact that you were able to conclude in the limited time, kudos to you on that. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may now invite the CEO, our HPL group of companies, Mr. Naresh Sharma, to please help us with giving a token of appreciation to our guest speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a bigger round of applause for Mr. Naresh Sharma for joining us today. In frame with the CMO of Myntra, Sundar Balasubramanian. I think the entire retailers, innovators, disruptors in the room, let's disrupt with a bigger round of applause for what a fantastic conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Trust me, it's only getting better when you have such great leaders talking about pivotal topics, which I hope all the viewers online on social media, as well as all of you who have taken out your valuable time and joined us in person, are getting those key takeaways. We'd urge you during the course of today, if you're recording any video, clicking pictures, or normally just posting anything on social media, to please hashtag e4m RetailEX as one word. Once again, it is RetailEX, it is pronounced as RetailEX. So just remember to keep hashtagging whenever you get the pure chance of posting on the same. Now allow me an opportunity to transition into yet another pivotal topic. Well, firstly, thank you so much, Mr. Balasubramanian, for that fantastic deep dive into Gen Zs and understanding the next generation of shoppers. We believe was not an easy task, but truly his expertise helped us. Now, the mood is set thanks to him and our earlier speaker. And the energy, I believe, is high because we are seeing all of you attentive from the north. But the day is going to get truly more and more exciting. Up next is our first panel discussion of the day, which is the future of omni-channel retail, seamlessly bridging the physical as well as the digital world. In today's world, shopping isn't just online or offline. It's everywhere. Customers want the best of both the worlds, and retail need to deliver seamless, connected experiences. So how do we bridge the gap between the online and offline, and how do we, with advanced technologies, bring in the mood which makes every shopper get the best experience? But today we are here to talk about how do brands truly master omni-channel retail. And that's what our next level of experts are going to be unpacking and delivering. So please join me in now welcoming our panelists on stage, and maybe request our panelists to please be seated as per the creative, if we can put it out on the screen at the back, which can help them in the seating. On that note, first allow me an opportunity of inviting the moderator of this conversation, Kanchan Srivastava, Senior Editor, Exchange for Media. Team, can we please put the creative at the back? Do we have any creative? Can we put that? Yeah. So Kanchan, that will hopefully help you in understanding, yes, you're placed right there. Please be seated. Well, Risha Jain, the Chief Branding Officer of Jiva, is not here with us at the moment, but she's going to be joining us. So we're going to be getting her on the stage once she's here. Allow me an opportunity once again to call upon Naresh Sharma, this time as a speaker. Let's give him a warm round of applause. CEO, HPL Group of Companies. Naresh, thank you so much, and maybe please request you to be seated as per the creative, which is second. Yeah, thank you. May I also now request Parag Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Fiona Diamonds, to please join us. Parag joining us from the tail end of the hall. Thank you, Parag. Aarti Saxena, Director and Head of Marketing India, World Gold Council. Abdul Thenge, Associate Vice President, Global Customer Success, Route Mobile Limited. And Gyan Srivastava, Brand Head, Vivo. Well, that's quite a red carpet walk for all our speakers coming from the tail end of the room. On that note, please be seated, and thank you so much, Gyan, as well, for joining us. And I'm going to be now passing on the live baton to Kanchan to take it forward, please.
Hello, hello. Good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. Today we have gathered the best minds from the industry to deep dive into this, wonderful topic. But I think the hall is full, so a huge round of applause for everyone who is present in this hall. Yes. So before we begin the discussion, I think let's have a small quiz. Do you have an idea who actually introduced the word omni-channel to the marketing? So according to various reports, it's Leslie Han from International Data Center who coined the word for the first time in 2010. And but the strategy was in the place since 2003. I think Best Buy, which is the American retailer, the Best Buy used omni-channel in 2003. Yeah. So let's begin the conversation. I think I'll have to start with Naresh. Yeah. Good morning, Naresh. Naresh, you manage retail at airports and metro stations, which get a large number of consumers, right? And how important omni-channel strategy is for you, and how do you bridge the gap between retail and physical?
So thank you audience. Just an introduction, we are a retail company. We have stores in the airport. So we have retail and F&B. I think from the importance point of view, extremely important. As you are aware, stores in airport are very small in terms of size compared to stores in the mall and in high street. So because of the size issue, I think what becomes important is the range. Your assortment which you can keep in a smaller store compared to an assortment in a bigger mall. So that is something which becomes very interesting. And let me explain how the retailers then, and an opportunity, and how you can actually work around that, and how an omni-channel becomes important. Let me give an example. Let's say an apparel brand. Very large SKUs, extremely large, range which is available outside. Because of the size of the store, you will keep only the best-selling assortment. Now, what if a customer comes in and he says that, I'm not very happy with the kind of, let's say, a shirt or a top which you are, having in the store. That's where technology comes in. That's where the omni-channel comes in. You can actually, through a UX interface, you can show your entire range. Customer can choose the product, and that can be home delivered. Let me give an actual example from one of our own brand. One of our brand is called Artport, which is a gifting and a souvenir store. And we wanted to sell, a bigger priced, higher weight statues. And the general perception is in the airport, smaller size products sell, or you can't sell a product which weighs 110 kilos, but we did that. So what we do is we have a very large Balaji statue with a QR code which actually talks about the product and the background to the product. And when a customer comes in, if the customer wants that, we do the ordering and then we ship it out. You'll be surprised at the kind of destination we have, sent these products. They've been US, they've been in Russia as well. So that's one thing. Second example, again, which possibly you guys as a customers can experience is duty-free shopping. Now in duty-free, there is something called availability and perception in terms of the price. So let's say you're flying in from Dubai, you are in Dubai airport, you want to buy your single malt, and you want to compare prices. You don't know when you're going to land in, let's say, Mumbai, that this single malt is going to be available. So there is an app which, as part of my earlier profile, we created together. You go onto the app, you check, and the app actually gives you the entire range of the brands and products available in Mumbai airport. You check whether your single malt is available. Second is what is the price. So you can actually compare a price. It helps enhance business as well. So you are looking at, I would say, range extension. At the same time, you create a perception about the price as well. So these are some of the things which we in airport retailing use omni-channel.
Yeah, very interesting perception about the price. And now I'll come to Parag. Parag, you represent the diamond industry, one of the costliest items that we purchase, right? So how are you using technology and innovations to bridge your digital and physical channels?
Hello?
The perception
Yeah.
of price that Naresh mentioned.
Sorry?
And the perception of price that Naresh
Yeah, so,
mentioned.
so that's too many questions I would say together, because diamond is all about perception, and that's what we always say. And the myth about diamond is getting broken, and we were amongst the first ones to start there, where I always believe that diamonds, more than the store value, has a snob value. And it shows the value of who you are rather than the actual price of it. So coming back to the question of omni-channel retail, so I think retail is all about detail, and when we talk about omni-channel, it's not only about opening up new sales channels, but keeping everything in harmony. Because though discovery of brands are happening online, and your search engine optimization needs to be top, your Insta content or any content for that matter which is engaging is the only way to drive traffic and get reach. Because reach today is the most expensive. And again, when we talk about luxury, people are really not buying luxury, they're buying the experience. So when you get the eyeballs, and if you're not present at the right location, trust me, many newcomers, and even I'm talking about myself, when we were new, we would think, oh, we have written a great copy, this is a great ad, and people will look into our ad and they'll jump into our stores. Trust me, that doesn't happen. So you just keep on building on your creatives. So, and there's another study that a user has to see your ad minimum 7 times, like on an average 7 times to get converted or come to your store. And then there is an impulse which happens at airport stores. So we are very keen on coming at airports, because though people look at your ad, there are certain doubts about your product. For example, we do lab-grown diamonds, which is democratizing the diamond market. And it is the most trending topic in the jewelry industry now. But there are doubts in people's mind that whether it is real, fake, whether it is that expensive, whether it has a buyback or resale, because that is the frequently asked question, and though it is addressed, people still doubt if there would be a resale value for this. And those doubts cannot be satisfied unless and until they step into the store, look at the collection and change their mind. Because with women what happens is, even if they are not agreeing with the concept, the moment they try something, it changes. So that's where the omni-channel play works, when there is harmony between your brand positioning, product placement, and the impulse buy.
Yeah, very true. Parag, I'm adding one more question. Can you please quickly tell us about the resale value of diamond? I mean, does it have?
So first let me ask you, have you ever sold back your diamonds?
No.
Exactly the point, because women want to buy more diamonds, and trust me, we've written it on our website that we are the guys who know what women want. It's a big claim, but but the answer to that is yes, they want big diamonds and love, that's it. So for coming back to the resale value, is the assurance for the husband that I'm putting your money in the right place, and the husband knows in the head that it's an expense but it's a brownie point. So that's how it works. So the convincing is for the husband, the buyback, not for the woman.
Okay. Wonderful. So now coming to you, Aarti, you are sitting at the World Gold Council, you are India head. What are the emerging trends in omni-channel marketing in general and jewelry industry, or gold in particular?
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to introduce World Gold Council. I don't know if you're aware, but at World Gold Council, we promote the case for gold, investment, and in gold jewelry. And we work very closely with both the industries. So for gold jewelry, we work with the entire gold industry for the jewelry side, and for investment, we work very closely with BFSI. It's a great question on the trends. On omni-channel, the first thing that comes to our mind is, something which is absolutely unified, a consistent customer experience. And it has been there for the longest time. I'm actually surprised that it's coined in 2010, and thanks for the information. But I do remember that for the longest time, from the, sending out SMSs and emailers long back, and then the personalization started. I think omnichannel has been there for the longest time, and when we look at the trends, we haven't seen any new trend come in, but what we've seen is the evolution of existing trends, and I will talk about some of the trends. The first being personalization and customization. I think that's at the heart of the omnichannel, and that's what facilitated it in the biggest possible way. From omnichannel perspective, it exists in-store, physical, you have digital platforms, you have social media apps, you have own brand apps. If you look at personalization, and I'll give you one example, Nike has done a fantastic job in this, fantastic work on this, when they have created a great community of fitness enthusiasts, and they ensure that what conversations, what consumer behavior they understand out of the app that they've created, the digital platforms, the e-commerce, understanding what customers are, what they're browsing, what they're liking, what they're putting on the cart or not. And also looking at in-store, they have integrated the entire world of different platforms and offer highly personalized solutions, products, whether it's in apparel or shoes. They are able to do that because they have deep understanding of all the platform, all the consumer insights, and they're able to read it and then provide a cohesive experience. When we talk about omni-channel, it's very important to understand that as marketer, we keep talking about different channels and how do we integrate them, but from the Gen Z, which is going to be almost contributing to 36% of the business in near future, for them, it's just one window. It's not, they're not looking at you in different way, they are looking at you in different, it's all one, whether it's in-store and whether it's digital app. So it's very important to ensure that the personalization across all the channels, you understand that and provide the personalization. And with advancement of technology, it's not, personalization is nothing new. It just happened that with advancement of technology, we are talking today about precision targeting, we're talking about hyper-personalization. We're able to understand the consumer that much more and then therefore cater to their requirement, their need. And also a lot of times proactive approach that maybe sometimes consumer level don't even know what they want, and we're able to provide, because understanding the inherent conversation and the deep-seated insight, if you're able to understand that, probably you'll be able to proactively respond to it. The second is advancement of technology. Bindra has done such great work, whether it's artificial intelligence, AR, VR. I think there's been so much of progress which has happened, and I would like to take one example from my industry, Tiffany and Cartier, one of the master classes on omni-channel. Especially if you look at Tiffany has used a technology called ray tracing technology, which actually they've borrowed from the video game industry. Look at the cross-pollination that's happening in the field of technology. Now what it does is it actually catches the light when the product moves, when the item moves, and because of that what happens is they've used a try-on technology. So try-on has been that they are the actually pioneer in the industry. Initially it used to look very superimposed, but today if you see with this technology it looks almost real. And with this intervention in technology, the virtual reality, they are able to kind of cater to, enhance the customer experience and cater to their, needs. So it's not just the in-store experience, it's also they're able to kind of block the inventory at the store level and make sure that, if you've liked some piece or set of pieces, you can literally book an appointment, you can literally block the inventory and able to cater. So yeah, this is just one use case, but there is so much advancement that has happened in the field of technology that it's really kind of made unprecedented impact in the field of marketing. Two more things which I would quickly touch on is, one is conversational commerce. There is so much conversation that's happening, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's voice assistant, whether it's chat bots. There's been so much of progress that's been made, but I think over a period of time through the technology, what's going to happen is to understand the voice, especially in the voice side of it, to be able to understand the prompts well and the language. If you understand the natural language pretty well, you're able to cater to the customer a lot better. In case of chatbot, as per the estimate, 80 to 85% of the conversation has shifted to chatbot, because it is that transaction, it is that function, and chatbot is able to cater to all those conversations. So that is another field which I believe that is a trend which is here to stay, and it's going to keep getting better thanks to the technology. And the last one I believe is the social commerce. In last 2 decades we've seen 2 big disruptors. One is e-commerce and second is social media. And with social commerce, both the disruptors come together, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, TikTok globally. They've done some tremendous work on social commerce and directly making it happen that, whatever you like. So in case of social, it's not just transactional, it's highly engaging because you are interacting with the influencers, your family and friends, even UGC, your user-generated content. There's so much happening in this field, so you're able to kind of use that and push the right kind of product and facilitate right from the social media to be able to buying the product. And I think this is something which is a great disruptor with the recent time, and this is something which is here to stay. So yeah, these are some of the technologies, some of the things which I think have been there and will continue to be the trends in omnichannel.
Yeah, you shared very important points, and I think understanding consumers and conversations are very important. So I'll come to you, Avadhut. First, I would like to ask Gyan. Okay, how is CRM Silk Mills, kind of integrating its phygital experience, especially with this recent D2C venture, Debo, right? And which is in the occasional wear segment. Yes.
So thank you so much, Kavita, for asking a question. So CRM has a legacy of fabric and the trust what they've built up. Like the company operates for more than 5 decades. And with that kind of responsibility, when it comes to the audience, it's greater than what you can really expect when you come into a showroom, which is actually owned by CRM, designed by CRM for the people of India. So we started with this particular segment with a thought that there's a very big gap when you talk about different occasions which happen in India. And India has a diversified land. Every 100-meter things changes. The language is a different way of talking to people, and the way you celebrate the things and the culture is also very different. So in such a scenario, you have to have everything what people look forward to. So here, in this recent time, the customer is more wiser than what we really think. They're exploring things. When they're coming to the store or for any experience, they start on the mobile. They explore the design, they explore how they want to look. When they come back to the store or they discuss something with the person at the store, they already have something in mind. So giving a seamless experience is a very big responsibility. So what we have really did here is that we start something, what we call a journey of a customer from the mobile. When they really want to look for something, for example, I take an instance of a wedding. A wedding is something where different occasion happens. You start from Sherwani, then there is Indo-Western, there are suits, there are tuxedos. You end up shopping for more than 10 garments. So for all these, styles are very important. And in the recent time when the destination, the theme wedding are happening, these becomes a very important parameter to dressing the groom as per the family and the way they look forward to. So we give certain things on the mobile. The person can really style up. They understand what kind of things what we have. And also there's a style guide where we want to start with, where a customer can have an understanding that how he can be dressed up. But even if now, the experience is still in the store because nobody wears Sherwani every day. So it's very difficult for a person to really presume, even if we are working on something what we use as a VR. And the VR helps you in terms of understanding how the Sherwani look into us. But the fit and the size of Sherwani is very different from the usual time. So it's always important to give the same experience in the store, which is the responsibility of the core member of the store, what we have really designed. So it all takes towards just not for the billing, it's also post-billing experience, where we talk about the experience what we have created and bring back to the customer. So this is where CRM has really drawn the line.
Yeah, very interesting in fact. So Avadhut, you heard all the brands, right? And I think you are the odd man out here, representing the agency side. Correct. So everyone talked about, how to kind of seamlessly bridging the offline and online channels. So how do you unify the offline and online data for retail customers, and any success stories if you can share?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me over here between all these think tanks from the industry. I think I've been hearing a lot, the omni-channel is now the buzzword, and we are the ones who basically enable brands to kind of converse with their customers using an omni-channel platform. So just talk about Root Mobile. We are the world's leading cloud communication platform, and we enable brands to converse with their customers on the mobile front. All the channels such as your traditional channels, legacy channels like SMS, email, voice, and the new age channels such as WhatsApp, RCS, your chatbots, right? So we as a CPaaS player play a very important role in unifying the offline and online data, and because of the ecosystem that we are in, right? So we sit exactly in between the brands and the customers. To give you a very simple example, right? A consumer walks in the physical store, they purchase something, and a follow-up is sent to them via an SMS, or a promotion is sent to them via WhatsApp. So, one of the success stories that I'd like to highlight where we have done this unification is we work with a retail brand out here in India. One of their problem statement that they mentioned is that they were not able to tap into the offline consumer base of theirs, even after giving good discounts. So what we did was we created a small campaign. It was simple yet effective. We kind of created a buzz for these online consumers saying that, hey, there's some sort of surprise discount going on in your nearest outlet. So why don't you just walk into the outlet and you'll get to know about this information. Consumers, the offline shoppers, they went to the outlets, and all they had to do was just scan a very simple QR code using their WhatsApp. They scanned the QR code, they had to fill in just very small information, just 2 or 3 fields, nothing too overwhelming for them. And then they got their discount code via WhatsApp, and they went ahead and redeemed that discount code. So in that way, we are able to basically tap into these offline consumers, get the right data, and kind of map it with their with the online customer base as well. Again, another small example is for those offline customers, enrolling those offline customers into loyalty-based programs and giving them as simple as a e-voucher or e-loyalty card on any of their preferred channel.
Huge job, I guess, matching millions of consumers, right? So coming back to you again, Naresh. Now we are moving on to the second round, and so we are seeing a lot of media platforms, so much exposure to consumers. How do you see consumer behavior evolving over the next 10 years?
If I have to put my neck out, and this is how I imagine, I think let me give an example on F&B. Right, all of us, we go to a restaurant, and all of us have our own peculiarities, right? And now I think the physical menus have been replaced by QR codes. So you actually scan them, and then you order. But it's very boring. What most of the restaurants have done is they just scanned it and they've given it to you, right? And then you choose. So it's just a physical which has been replaced into a digital format. What if it was interactive? Yeah. Let's say you want to order, some dish. Let's say mushroom masala, just to take an example. Now, some of you may like the spice a little to be more. Some of you may say spice to be a little less, salt more, less. And what we actually do is we tell the server and say that, okay, when you make it, please ensure that the salt is less, or the spice is more, or the spice is less. What if you could actually make it you can actually customize it. So, when you open the menu card and let's say you select mushroom masala, and in that it actually gives you the salt content is, let's say, 2 tablespoons and spice, and then you actually decide and say that I don't want salt, or I want it lesser, and I want more of green chilies versus, black pepper. It will make the food exactly as per your taste. Otherwise, you're dependent on the server and his ability to communicate to the chef, right? I may say I want less spice. Less to me is something else, and a less to, let's say, my colleagues here would be something more. So it is going to be very interactive and very, very customized to an individual taste. That's one. Second, I believe when I look at from a physical retailing point of view, the largest, retailing from a category point of view is food retailing, right? Groceries and convenience stores and all. I see that as a business model which is going to get disrupted. I feel that people will have two kinds of products, or FMCG or non-FMCG products, which they will buy. The regulars in terms of your toothpaste and your soaps and things like that will be through e-commerce or quick service industries. However, they would also go out and look at products which they would want to experiment. So it could be, let's say, a new seasoning coming in. You would actually go and say that, okay, these are the new raw materials which have come in, or an ingredient which has come in, and it will be live. So rather than today you go into a supermarket and say, okay, you look at the labels and you buy, there are going to be live stations. People will go back. So the whole food retailing is going to be extremely experiential for niche product. So today the niche will become the mass, and the mass will go online. That's how I see this.
Very interesting insight indeed. And Parag, now coming to you. So you are selling a niche product. So I wonder how you strategize for Gen Z and how your strategy will be going forward.
Well, so if I have to talk about the current market trend, then in general, the affinity towards jewelry comes much later in life, after you have arrived on a certain level, and 35 plus, I would say, or the marriageable age. With Gen Zs, it's about instant gratification. They want everything instant, and I think that's been the reason for the rise of quick commerce all around. Plus, the preferences with Gen Zs towards spending now is more towards brands other than jewelry, because for them, store of value more than diamonds and gold is the brand. Like getting a LV, a Chanel, a Dior excites them far more than this, or rather spending on experiences. So one thing comes close to them when maybe it's engagement rings, which is one sector we focus on. So we, more than a lab-grown diamond brand, we are an engagement ring brand. People come to us for the sustainability angle, for the blood-free diamonds, and the level of customization we do with engagement rings. Because engagement rings are too personal. Like, you'll be surprised, there are brides who come and tell us that I want the engagement ring band to be only 2 mm and 1.97 mm will not do. And they come up with certain ideas about it, that it should be whisper thin band, the rock should be big. So these ideas are all coming from their research on Google or the world trends. For example, currently oval shape is really trending across the world, and it has to be stacked with multiple bands. But with Gen Zs, more than the diamond or the generational wealth of passing diamonds towards others, they come into house parties which would go with their outfit. Like I was listening to Mintra's your pitch about Mintra, and this is exactly what we follow with Gen AI-led designs for Gen Zs, what would appeal to them. So it's all about the look more than anything else for Gen Zs, which matters. So they don't care about the buyback, resale and all of that, when use and throw or the US economy is more in play. Like today also, if you look at the jewelry market in the US, nobody talks about buyback and resale. हम Indians को ही है वो बस. So even though the hardcore programming with us millennials is about jewelry having some store value, Gen Zs in the next 20 years, it is going to evaporate.
Very interesting.
And that's the reason POM Trent is coming up with lab-grown diamonds with silver, with ticket sizes 5,000 to 10,000. So that is going to be the spot where Gen Zs would buy. But with us, it's more of, we'll have to have different kind of designs. Like we are doing a lot of brooches or styling elements, watch charms, like the one I'm wearing here. So these products appeal to Gen Zs.
Okay, very interesting in fact. You mentioned about oval is trending, right? So I think I am many generations old because I am not aware oval is trending. Okay. So coming to you, Aarti, with the entry of, AR, VR and AI, how do you see the retail landscape transforming over the next few years?
Another great question. I think this is something which is already happening, and this will continue to happen with the technology evolving. The retail landscape will keep changing. Omnichannel is one big example of that actually. I was actually, when I was talking about the trends, I did talk about the technology. If you look at artificial intelligence to start with, one of the biggest use cases is analytics, the data analytics part of it, and that has changed the way the entire retail experience is actually, the way the brands look at the entire retail experience. The ability to understand the amount of data which is available today through all the digital channels, social channels, and the ability to be able to kind of use the data and predict trends, inventory management, cost efficiency, that has completely changed the way the retail experience is today. It's not just about what you have in store, but it's also about what you have in digital platform and how do they complement it. And this will continue to happen. So today, the penetration, at least I can talk about jewelry industry, gold jewelry industry. The penetration is around 2 to 3%, which is very, very small. Yet that is what's going to change, because the Gen Z, if you look at it, they are digital first, and therefore they're looking at browsing, the entire discovery, the engagement happens, and then they move to the in-store side. And this is all facilitated by the artificial intelligence. One of the case studies which I was looking at is Sephora. I think they're another big masterclass in omnichannel strategy. They have a huge community, highly engaged community. And when you look at, the amount of insight they have of their consumers, they know them in and out. And when they go to the store, the extent of personalization, and not just that, the extent of personalization that's happening because of the data analytics that's in place, but also when you go to the store, they're able to kind of give you highly customized solution, the product recommendation, only because they know you so much better. And of course, there is another technology which is AR and VR, which is in play here. And that's something which has completely changed the way consumers interact with the brand. Another example is actually IKEA, which is they're able to actually visualize, if you're buying something, they're able to kind of give you complete visualization of how that particular piece of furniture going to look in your house. And that's something which has been so disruptive that there's always this confusion on, okay, I like it, it looks great, the television or the furniture looks great, and when I go back home, it just doesn't fit in. But I think with this technology intervention, they've been able to kind of bring in that physical and digital world together and give you the right solution, what probably you would look at. So with that, if you look at all these different technology coming into place, the retail landscape will keep changing, because if you look at consumer at the heart of everything that you do, and the way the customer changing, especially looking at Gen Z, I think it's very, very important that, we don't see it as in-store experience or digital experience. I think in a lot of conversation I hear it's online, offline. I think it will all integrate. It's going to be all seamless, one thing, which probably as a solution we can offer. And for a consumer, it's just the brand. And with that, I think the retail experience keep changing. So I don't have a clear map of how it will change, but I think with more and more technology coming in, the more use case is coming into play. I think the retail landscape, and retail is not just the in-store, the entire platform that exists, everything will keep evolving.
Yeah, things are actually changing very fast. By the time we understand one technology, another comes, right? So Avadhoot, coming to you. So as we all have seen, how virtual shopping is evolving, over the years, how do you see CPaaS, adapting to enhance immersive retail experience?
Sure. I think, as everybody rightly pointed out, we have seen like a paradigm shift in the way brands are communicating to their consumers. If you go back, a few years back, it was just plain vanilla SMS or email or voice blast with a hint of personalization, let's say, Dear Avadhoot, right? And even at that time, you used to feel, oh wow, this brand knows me, right? From that to having these AI-based chatbots where, you can just type in your query and the chatbot will kind of give you the right answer, or personalized recommendations basis your purchasing history, is where we have seen this shift happen, right? I'll give you a very classic example or a case study that we are working with. So one of the brands that we are working with in Middle East, so they had a problem of their consumers, their online consumers, returning back the products or exchanges because maybe they're not looking good into that or because of the size. This kind of costed them additional overheads, and they also saw few churns in their customer base. So we went back to the whiteboard and we kind of realized that, okay, the problem is this tryouts, right? Consumers usually like to go to the shop, try out the clothes, see if it's fitting them, see if the color suits them, and then basically make an informed decision. Now what we did was, as a CPaaS player, we kind of came up with a AR, VR based try-on clothes. It was very simple. What the consumer has to do in just 3 steps: upload their image, choose the product they've liked, and in the next moment they'll see how that shirt or how that jeans is fitting onto it, right? This not only gave the consumer like a wow experience, but they also see a lot of consumers being retained and converting those retained customers into loyal customers, right? So as a CPaaS player, we've realized that we need to kind of stay ahead of this curve and, you know, offer these retailers, offer these consumers with immersive retail experiences by either kind of offering them these AR, VR tryouts or AI-based virtual shopping assistants who will kind of give them informed product recommendations.
Yeah, right, thank you. And now coming to you, Gyan. So brands are, integrating their stores, e-commerce, all kind of, seamless kind of channels. But everything is, I think, for to win the consumer's loyalty. So my question is, are consumers really loyal today? And how do you see loyalty, over the next 10 years?
So that's the most difficult part, I'll say. So retail actually, it's more like retain. Everyone works for retaining the customers nowadays. And when we talk about it, it's the most difficult part because customer is changing. And what we like discussing right now, the kind of what Parag said is very right. When a customer is coming for a specific occasion, he has a very specific thing in demand, that this is what I want. And you have to be very much ready for it. So what we are really doing at the store is to do it. We have customization in place. We are getting done what they actually look forward to. For example, if a person is liking a Jodhpuri, we can actually customize into Indo-Western as per their style, as per their size, and that's what they look forward to. Because even if they are liking the design, they probably not like the style. Even if they are looking forward to something what they like, the problem in our segment is consumer is one person and customer is someone different. So usually the father pays and the son buys it, or usually it's the other side of it. So it's very difficult to retain the customer when there are 2 different people involved and with 2 different generations. And with such a part, if you are working towards the customer, keeping your ears open, listening to the customers, I think it's not very difficult to do it.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Anyone would like to share insights for loyalty, consumer loyalty? No? Okay. Yeah, sure.
I think consumer loyalty largely depends also on the category. Like for with jewelry, there is the LTV is quite high. Like we really experience 42% retention with jewelry because once the customer is there, every occasion they keep coming back. So we really know their family tree, when is whom getting married. So that ways, with apparel, it's fashion which commands more than that.
Yeah, right. I think a degree is important. Right?
So that also, having a segment in a fashion and catering to someone who looks forward to the fashion, because wedding is also fashion in a way nowadays. So it's more about advocacy, what brings the people back when we talk about it. So what kind of service, like it's not about only towards the service and the product, it's more about hospitality nowadays. Because when a customer comes, I hope it happens in your store as well, like people spend not less than 30 minutes. It's the experience, if we'll talk about it, goes from 15 minutes up to 4 hours as well.
Absolutely.
So having the customer there 4 hours and having them on the same zone, because it's not very easy to retain customer in the same excitement or that kind of thoughts when they start with. Yeah. So that's becomes a very challenging part, and we are.
So I think customer engagement is what we are talking about. Then, if they're really kept engaged, and that is again by bringing new trends to them all the time. Like Zara does that.
Yeah.
We're getting the fast trend with all around the world and bringing it to the stores.
Naresh, you would like to share your point of view on this?
I think customer loyalty is, and when we saw the entire Gen Z presentation, I think it was, I think a very impactful insight. What I could see in the Myntra presentation was, they actually removed the brand. So if you actually notice what he said, that, when he was talking about the Gen Z customer, and he said, we've removed the brand, we actually put the product on top. Now, so there is no loyalty in that sense, right? The customer is not looking at from a loyalty point of view. For him, it's the product first. And he also spoke about customer reviews. He spoke about peer, and how important it is to actually fit in, and if there is a belonging to the community, and then what is the community talking about? So I think the conventional knowledge of loyalty will get redefined. There are a lot of communities, and all of us will, as a consumers, will belong to a certain community, and we will take feedback and or reviews from those community that will define loyalty. That's how I look at it.
And I think alcohol would have the highest loyalty, isn't it?
Actually, on the alcohol, so as part of my earlier job, and since we are talking loyalty, so when we were creating a brand, we used to do blend testing, right? And as part of the blend testing, and we are talking about consumer research, we used to call people from the competition brand and say that, you are segmenting a brand and the competition brand customers are there. They come in, and we used to do the blend in blind, right? So, and customers, 90% of them in alcohol, they must have been drinking that brand for 5 years or 10 years and all that, whatever they would claim, they could not identify their brand. Yeah, so that's a proven thing. It's just the imagery in alcohol which is important.
Yeah, that's good.
Very
That's
interesting.
also a classic cola war, right? I mean, there's so much of a strong brand loyalty, but actually, when you look at the blind test, they're not able to differentiate between the two. On loyalty, I personally believe that today it's a tall task for marketers in today's world. If you just look at brand in isolation, to expect consumer to keep coming back is really aspirational. But I believe that a lot of brands have done great work in developing and creating an ecosystem. Volkswagen is one good example. If you look at across their cars, from Rapid to, I think, Octavia to Super. What they do is the way they engage with consumers, their own customer, and ensure that, that continues. And therefore, they know that when there is a time, they remain in that ecosystem. So there's a high, and I think you were talking about customer engagement, that, beyond your product, and I'm not talking about the servicing side of it, the post-sales cycle. I'm talking beyond that. How do you keep them engaged? How do you create a community? How do you go beyond and ensure that the customer stays in the ecosystem? And therefore, when it's time to switch, it's not any other brand, but within their own line, because they just love your brand. So I think creating an ecosystem is what probably is a bit of a differentiator. If you just stick to the brand and the services, the immediate services it offer, it's really difficult. Right.
So on that, what we do for one of the things as the free services, free polishing and resizing. Free repairs is something women love. They would buy a 5 lakh diamond, but they hate to pay 500 rupees. So making charge free always wins with women.
So I think this is an allegation against women. Okay, I protest.
It's not.
I protest.
I appreciate them.
I protest. Okay.
I'm actually surprised because we are in the related industry, gold and diamond.
Yeah.
And your views is very interesting.
Right?
Especially about your
So we
customers.
never charge them, and it was given to my mentor from TBZ once, and he told me never charge women for any repairs. Because when they come back for their repairs, they see something in the shelf and they buy it.
Okay. So now moving on to the final round, which is rapid fire one, and I will start with Gyan. So one blunder that you might have done in your marketing.
Sometimes we are not that much active. Having an active social is very important nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One big innovation, Avdut.
In the retail space?
Yes.
I think this AR/VR based tryout clothes, right? I think everybody was talking about the loyalty, right? From a brand point of view, from a consumer point of view, if I'm stepping in the consumer shoes, for me, experience and convenience matters a lot. So offering this AR/VR based try out clothes for customers, offers both the things.
Okay, Aarti, your most favorite omni-channel campaign? Yeah.
I'm not sure about a campaign per se for omni-channel strategy, but I love Sephora, the kind of work they've done. I think there are even the Nike's done great work, but Sephora really stand out because from the community building to be able to kind of integrate the entire experience and in-store itself, I think highly personalized. They've done such great work. So that's my champion on omni-channel.
Okay. Parag, your big blunder.
My what? There are too many, I think.
Hey, just share one biggest one.
Well, I think the big blunder was we were way ahead of time when we started with lab grown, when the prices were way too high and the market wasn't ready for it. So it really went like this when 5 years back we started and no one really knew about lab grown diamonds, and we used to go to people, oh, this is a diamond and it's not natural but it's real, and people would be, really, if it's so nice, why are you the only one selling it? So timing is very important, I would say.
Okay.
So to avoid any blunders, your timing has to be right.
Okay, so coming to you, Naresh, given a chance, who in the industry you would like to poach into your team?
All right. I think what we're looking for is a good marketing agency. Yeah, so anybody here in
it doesn't exist, Naresh. Trust me, we are saying this right. Marketing agencies are a scam.
So this is how we are, kind of bridging the gap between physical and omnichannel. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for, giving us time and sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, of course, we're going to be first requesting Rahul Khurana, Country Head for India, KIT Global, to please join us on stage. Rahul, we'd request your humble presence in giving the token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists, starting with Mr. Naresh Sharma. Naresh, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Parag Agarwal. Thank you for your valuable time. Thank you, Ms. Aarti Saxena. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Avadut Hinge. Thank you for your valuable time and inputs. Thank you for joining us. And Mr. Gyan Srivastava, thank you for your valuable time and your key insights today. Of course, a big thank you to Kanchan Srivastava as well, who's the moderator. So if you could request it to give it to Kanchan Srivastava, the moderator. And with that, if I may request all of you to come together ahead of the tables, so we can get a better shot for all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed the conversation, let's give them a bigger round of applause for what a fantastic thought deliberation. It's houseful right here at the inaugural edition. We can truly feel the energy and the enthusiasm amongst our eminent audience members. So thank you once again for joining us. May we please now request our speakers to proceed towards the Speakers Lounge and allow us a quick transition to the next one. Thank you. So with that, it is now time for us to move ahead to our next conversation. Well, truly the previous one was an incredible discussion, and we'd like to thank each and every panel member of us who was able to deep dive into the world of omni-channel marketing and retail. If there's one thing we've learned is that seamless shopping experiences aren't just for the future, they're for now. But before we go ahead to our next one, allow me to now introduce a power-packed session which is lined up for you. And trust me, you do not want to miss this one. Let's talk about influencers. Love them or not, they're changing the game. The right digital voice can turn a product into a must-have and a brand into a movement. So how can retailers tap into this power authentically is the question. Our next panel, leveraging influencers for authentic retail commerce, building trust and driving sales through digital voices. We're going to break it down all for you. Expect the insights, strategies, and maybe even a few secrets from our experts. So sit tight as we're getting set now for that session. Allow me an opportunity to call upon our eminent panelists. Starting with our moderator, and if we can put the creative up for them so they can be seated accordingly. Starting, let's call upon our session chair, Ms. Neeta Nair, editor, Impact Magazine from Exchange for Media Group. Let's give her a big, big round of applause as we welcome her on board. May I now request our eminent panelists, starting with Nisha Khatri, Head of Marketing, Libas. Come on, audience, where is that applause? Well, if you love the brands, and of course we're going to be looking forward to our leaders. Daman Bali, Director Marketing, Zivame. Thank you, Daman, for joining us. May we request Priya Ranjan Manai, Head of Marketing, Pepe Jeans, London. Thank you, Priya Ranjan, for joining us. Well, Resha couldn't join us in the previous one. We're glad she's here with us in the room, so we're happy to have her on this one. So Resha Jain, Chief Branding Officer, Jiva. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we welcome her. Sameer Srivastav, CEO of Lux Salon. Let's give him a warm round of applause as well. Harmeet Singh, Chief Brand Officer, The Body Shop. Thank you, Harmeet, for joining us. And of course, Pratik Gaur, co-founder, The Footprint. I'm glad everyone's sitting as per the creative. It just helps the team to get the better shot of all of you. So on that note, thank you so much to all of you for joining in. And of course, I'd now like to leave it in the able hands of our moderator to take it forward. Neeta, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Now, a few weeks ago, after endless hours of mindless scrolling, I decided to be a little responsible. You know, I turned on a certain setting to limit my Instagram usage to about 15 minutes per day. Now, after all these days, you would assume that I have gotten better, right? Of course I have. Now I can intuitively press the ignore time limit button even before my 15 minutes are up. So I think, like me, many of you in the audience are also social media addicts. Can I see a show of hands? All of us. Super. So all of us are sacrificing our health for a healthier influencer marketing economy. Huh? Great. So we're trying to find out here how brands, how marketers here are leveraging that economy today. So let me start with you, Priya Ranjan, if that's okay. Now, for an apparel brand, is there a better way to sort of market your product than influencer marketing, and to what extent have the spends increased over last year? How much does it devote, how much of your revenue do you devote to influencer marketing?
Okay, thank you for the question. Look, for us, a brand which is almost, say, 50 plus years old, it's very important that we are relevant with the audience because we need to acquire newer consumers. We also need to build loyalty with some of them who are already there. Influencer marketing is important. It's been growing in stature 5 to 10 to 15, 20, now close to 30%. But it's very important for us that we connect with the right people, obviously, because the brand comes with a certain credibility to it, and we want to ensure that the DNA doesn't get diluted. You get a lot of influencers in today's day and age creating all sorts of content. There are several brands whose only source of marketing is influencer marketing, especially in the apparel space. For us, I think very importantly, we are looking at influencers as a strategic way of pushing content and product information rather than just doing storytelling, because we don't see too much of that happening from an influencer 20-second or 15-second film. We rely more on our content to push that out. But for us, it's not the only source. It's definitely not the only source. We also have a brand ambassador who's the global face. We keep doing Cat A so-called influencers. So just to give you a few names, we've shot recently with Veer Das. We have a shoot with Sara Tendulkar on Monday. These are definitely not your regular influencers, but we also do a lot of content, say, with category specific influencers. So footwear for us is a big category now. We are investing big time into it. We see big potential there, and there's a specific community of footwear influencers that we are targeting. So over there, we'll be very specific in making sure that we go after influencers who have, say, footwear as their primary category of communication. But that's where we are. So yes, 5 to 10 to 15, but it's definitely not the only source for us.
I think the most interesting part today is that, every person feels that they're an influencer. So as a brand marketer, how do you really pick the right person? Let me come to you, Daman. For a lingerie brand, what is your 3-step verification process to get that right person on board?
Hi, thank you very much for the question. I think, to be very honest, I personally feel that for an intimate wear brand, it's the hardest job to get influencers, right? And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Number one, I think for us, we need to be absolutely sure about who the followership of that influencer is, right? Now, a couple of points here. As per Meta's reports, 65% of audience on Instagram or Meta is male, right? So there itself, I know that the influencers I'm choosing will be heavily followed by male consumers, right? Now that leaves me with the remaining 35%. Now the second thing is, when I choose influencers, I also have to be sure that this influencer, this girl, has a higher female followership, right? That's very important for me. Now for me, a 55 to 45 split of male versus female is not going to work, right? We make it a point that whatever we do, the audience who sees the content should also be women, right? So I have to then choose influencers or women influencers who are basically have above 60% women followership, right? Now what happens there again is, let's assume that if there's a female influencer, she has a massive male following, and vice versa, right? So I think that's one criteria that we at Zivame have to be absolutely sure about. Engagement is very, very important, right? For us, today you will see influencers with, say, very high followers with very low CPV, or the other way around. It doesn't really matter, right? There's likes, comments, shares. Yes, that's good. There's also saves, how many people are saving the content. So that's become a very important metric for us as well. We typically don't really go for macro influencers, because the kind of content that we create with influencers is about our product innovations, right? Our overall the category. So we expect people who genuinely understand the product can actually articulate that product to the consumer. So that's number two. And number three, of course, is one thing that we've always been very sure about, even as a brand, when we sell products, we never try to make this over aspirational brand and this model kind of play. We don't do any of that, because we feel that we are a very relatable brand for the girl next door, right? So even the influencer who's kind of being the brand advocate for you, there has to be some resonance to the audience. So unless that influencer is not exactly who your brand kind of feels, or is kind of alliance to the brand, it doesn't work for us. So those are the three kind of metrics that we kind of look at when we choose influencers.
Daman spoke about macro influencers. Let me bring Nisha in. Would you prefer to go with an influencer with a massive following, like the micro influencers today, or a macro influencer who of course has lesser following, but maybe the community he engages with is much better and more suited to your kind of products?
I like how simple the question sounds, but only if it was as simple to choose influencers. It really sounds that simple, honestly, that, oh, macro you get reach and micro you get engagement. But honestly, throughout my career as a marketer, I've seen both campaigns tank, and I've seen campaigns where such hypotheses were not put really, scale. So there is honestly no correct answer, because we have to also remember at the end of it, we are catering to consumers whose consumption patterns are also changing as we speak. So while I have a certain assumption about what a certain creator does, so honestly, to come out of this vicious loop of influencers, what we have done, we focus on content. Okay, and we make content the king/queen, and then we revolve our influencers around it. Okay, if there is a content trend of get unready with me today, actually that's a trend, that get unready with me. So I have to see that as a content piece, then see my brand, how I can fit into it, and then see, okay, which influencer can support that. And on the question of what you earlier said, I think was very interesting that now everybody is an influencer. That actually is correct. And it's not about everybody's an influencer, but everybody has a personal brand now, right? That's why everybody is building their LinkedIn up, everybody has a bio on their Instagram. So everybody wants to have a say. It's like a thing like I could have been a cricketer or I could have been an actor, and now everybody thinks they could have been an influencer. Because we have seen such success stories of relatable content really being liked at such a scale by people. So when we choose influencers, we make sure that, of course, it is cohesive to my budget for that month, and every month is different in marketing for budgets, right? Every quarter is different, and whenever budgets have to be reduced, marketing is always the first department where budgets are taken away from. So I never like to be in that situations where budgets are taken away from me. So I maintain a very healthy mix of ROI plus brand awareness, and these are honestly judgment calls you take on what is trending in terms of content at that point of time, and then fix influencer into that universe.
Has anyone else tried using user-generated content and, kind of using that as influencer content?
So I'll also take that up. Like if you look at Libas's Instagram, at least 40 to 50% of her content is user-generated, also by our own employees, which is a very viral vertical right now, right? Like employees creating content. So instead of having like models come and style clothes or a new collection, we do it on ourselves. And if we have a flagship sale coming up, we'll just have like us creating content for that. We write our own scripts, we shoot ourselves, we edit ourselves, we style our hair, do our makeup ourselves. So much so that I've told now my CEO that, listen, I want a hair and makeup artist for the girls because they just can't be coming to office like that. So UGC and also how you kind of diversify UGC is gonna be the next big thing.
Risha, you also handle a jewelry brand. Is this something that you do very often?
Whether it's jewelry or earlier sugar also, I mean, both places flush with the possibility of content creation via influencers, via UGC. Been doing it for a very long time, and I think it's also very engaging for a lot of people in office. Also, look, when it's like say, these categories like beauty, lifestyle, jewelry, we also see a lot of people who tag us. So then we also get a chance to really showcase, people wearing our jewelry, people using our products. So I think have been doing that for a long time, yeah. Same, exactly same. That's why I'm not going to repeat it. Like we shoot it ourselves, we love doing it, it's a lot of fun.
I'd like to cite a personal example. So, as you can see, I'm someone with unmanageable curls. So when I started off my curly hair process, there were a bunch of influencers I used to religiously follow because they would tell me how to tame my hair. But now, off late, I've seen those same influencers endorse this, all the competition brands. So basically, I really don't know which of them is an honest review and which of them is, a paid partnership. So as a marketer, how do you kind of get over that? How do you make them authentic again? Maybe Harmeet, you can answer that. Yes.
Okay. Interesting question. So yes, I think authenticity over, we want to rate over influencers who are just there to be, there to just to being commercial. So with the Body Shop, that I would say it's something which is very, very important, is we want to choose influencers who are authentic and very real and who would actually go by the values of the Body Shop. So it is a task, I must say that, it is a task for us to choose the influencers, whether they are nano, micro or macro. Definitely there's a combination, and I agree with that when you said that it's not only nanos and micros, but sometimes you need to go with macros as well. But yes, to choose that how authentic they are in the way of what they deliver to their consumers, to their audience, that is one of the very key role what we need to actually do it from our end, and of course then influencers would actually play the part. Just want to give you an example that we've had a few campaigns in the past where we've had the influencers, and not necessarily they had huge followership, but yes, they were very authentic and highly engaged audiences. That's where our results came in, that we selected the TG that we wanted to target, let's say, the younger consumers, and with these nano and also the micro influencers, we were able to deliver and drive the messaging, what exactly the Body Shop wanted to. So yes, authenticity, as you just mentioned, is the key, and authenticated influencers is of course what we need to filter from the group, from all of them.
Sameer, would you like to add to that? You know, now the paid partnership tag is something that cannot be avoided from a regulation point of view. How do you really make your brand look authentic again with the use of the same influencers?
I'll attempt to answer your question first, especially related to curly hair. That's a new phenomena, and I think what we are also witnessing in the beauty salon business is a rise of this tribe. And unfortunately, everybody jumped onto the bandwagon. So, as a curly hair individual, how do you really relate to what is the product which is genuinely good for you? So leave the rest to us. You know, let the salon decide and let the hairdresser decide, and not the influencer. Seriously, because see, especially post-COVID, what's happened in the beauty industry, like I'm sure in a lot of other industries too, but beauty has kind of exploded, whether they be products, whether they be services. So as a company which is operating about 200 plus salons in about 53 cities, strategically this year we've kind of decided that we will reduce the number of so-called influencers. We will use individuals who are sitting on this panel. I have this consumer of mine from Bangalore, I just got to know. So she's actually the real consumer for me, or somebody like you, who will come there and will be happy even if you have 120 or 150 or maybe 1,000 followers. But then you are real and you are genuine, and you will influence your community, your mom's school group, or your society where you live in. I think that's the pattern that we are seeing, especially salon industry that we are working in. Because that, according to me, is going to be far more genuine. And people are able to relate to. So that's a shift. Of course, we're not saying that we are doing away with the tribe of influencers, but we are really shoot with Prajakta Kohli yesterday. But then we've chosen an opportunity because she just got married, and so she had a whole day at the salon. So that's something which is very, very relatable. And last evening, after the shoot, when I just went to Starbucks and I picked up a coffee, there was a consumer of ours sitting there, and she said, "Sir, I'm very happy to meet Prajakta in your salon." So I said, "Wow, she lives in the society a flat above where the salon is located." So this is what is relatability, and I personally believe that's a shift there. The other thing which is also happening is a lot of men in this business are coming up, like I told you yesterday also. I think men is something also which we are witnessing where we are finding them to be adopting the beauty services far more than what it was a couple of years ago. So I think the men influencers are the ones really I would back in the times ahead, right?
Pradeep, let me come to you. You're the expert on this panel. How expensive is influencer marketing compared to the other channels?
It's not at all expensive. All of you should do influencer marketing all the time. Okay, it depends, it completely depends on brands. Brands have a lot of strategies. For instance, I heard someone on the call yesterday say that we spend around 30% of our total digital spends on influencer marketing. I don't recollect which brand it was. Influencer marketing is expensive. However, if it can be cost effective if the brands follow a certain process. That process changes from quarter to quarter. Budgeting being one of the biggest concerns, which every brand has and which affects in agencies like us on a quarterly basis. But what I would suggest generally to all the brands is that try to avoid mega influencers, because what you do with mega influencers, you might get reach, you might get face. WhatsApp pe 10-15 taaliyan baj jayegi because the content has come out to be great. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of creators. As you said, right? Everybody thinks they are an influencer, but there are a lot of people who are actually genuinely making great content. Probably most of them wanted to be actors and they did not get the platform. So now they are acting and they're doing a good job. and most of them are able to grasp their audience really well. There are a number of micro-influencers touching macro-influencers whose engagement is unbelievable. People wait for their videos on Fridays, people wait on YouTube, people wait for their videos every day on Instagram. It's important for the brand to look at their brand ethos, connect it with the kind of influencer. For example, comfort is probably what Zivame would probably look at. If the influencer is not comfortable or not confident in their approach when wearing an intimate outfit, that influencer is as useless as it's absolute waste of money. So it can be cost effective. It's most important for brand managers, to define their brand ethos. Somewhere personal biases also have to come down. I think a lot of us are always on Instagram, and this happens that we like a particular content creator. I will give you an example. This was years back. One of our clients is a major entertainment company, and the vice president really liked these two sisters dancing on social media all the time. And there was a movie which was about two sisters, an animated movie about kids. And we kept telling because it's way back, I can disclose it, it was 5-6 years back, we kept telling the concerned person that this particular campaign wouldn't work. But it was a personal bias, and then it did not work. And that was a mega influencer. They took like a lot of money. They took 25-30% of the complete budgets. So I think it's important to get the right mix. Then it becomes cost effective. Yes, there will be some people who will charge a little more than what you would expect them to charge, but I think that's fair enough. Sometimes you get great content, sometimes you get great engagement.
No, I'd like to quickly pass on the mic and ask each of you, which are the big platforms today for the influencer marketing part of it? Because now I feel that Instagram is sort of taking the lead. Is everybody on Instagram? If you're talking about influencing, is it just Instagram, or is it there are other platforms which are also important for you? Maybe we can start from you.
No, definitely no-brainer. Instagram still remains the top platform, just by how democratized the platform is. Also now in tier 4 cities, with everyone having a handset and internet reaching to the most remote parts. One very interesting platform which has come to our attention, and I've been very surprised how well it is still performing, is Snapchat. It is a third best performing platform after Meta, Google, and then Snapchat. Also, I'm a millennial, so it came when I was a Gen Z, if that made sense back in the time, and it's still relevant. So very interesting to see that. Also, I think another untapped space for marketers is community-based platforms like your Reddit, Telegram, Quora. They still haven't reached where they are in US, let's say, but I think that's what will give us first mover advantage. And I would want like a lot other brands to also start, creating content there and start tapping into it, so that we can have the platforms also push to make it more user-friendly as per India's content consumption patterns.
No, I think I completely agree with that. While Instagram is by far the most important platform for us as well, there are certain vernacular platforms that exist from time to time. There have been some that have done really well but haven't really kind of sustained, right? But for us again, even when it comes to influencers, how do you kind of build a community of influencers? How do you build a community of your consumers, right? How do you use your right broadcast channels to kind of get your influencers to talk about your product on your broadcast channels, right? I think there's a right mix of all these things, but I think pretty much all of it for us at least exists in the Instagram universe itself.
So Instagram definitely is the one. From a conversion angle, yes, Instagram is very important, but from an awareness angle, we've seen YouTube do very well for us as well. So for us as a brand, we are looking at, say, people who review automobiles as a sector. That's a very important one for us because a lot of our business is male driven. So a lot of them we associate with are actually doing car reviews, but they're just seen wearing Pepe, from head to toe. So they're just wearing a Pepe branded t-shirt, or they're wearing a cap and so on. And that really pushes the awareness levels because these guys get lakhs and lakhs of views, comments and the rest, and those videos are always there, right, whenever you go back and see them. Even a lot of these travel bloggers who put out, say, 10-12 minute content pieces are very important because that lifespan is almost infinite, right from the start till now. And we also make sure that we are only using it as an awareness push. So we have merchandise which is clearly, undeniably Pepe, right? You'll see Pepe right in the front, and subconsciously you are pushing that messaging across as well. So YouTube has been an experiment for us which is doing well, but from a brand awareness perspective.
Well, actually, look, this changes industry to industry, right? Because for me, it's actually awareness that's pushed on Instagram. Instagram, of course, is the biggest. You have the maximum number of influencers there also, the maximum number of reach, the maximum number of consumers. All of us, when you said we are addicted to social media, that's the dopamine rush that we usually crave. Having said that, YouTube is an amazing platform if you want to push consideration and conversion, and also, now that we are in the lab-grown space, I want to educate people, because people usually do search-based research over there. So you can actually push a lot of content of that kind on YouTube. YouTube is more niched with influencers. They also know if they've made it big on YouTube, that they can charge a certain amount of money, that they can mention many brands together. A lot of those things happen. So you have to do a right mix. But Instagram works super well for awareness.
Well, I don't think anything different from what people have said here. I completely agree with both Instagram and YouTube. YouTube more in our case, because we have to show the demonstration of the service. So, there's only X that I can peddle with the product. I have to show the whole treatment of the hair, etc., etc. So, for us, YouTube is the area we're going to be investing in as far as the next couple of years is concerned.
For all the visually appealing product lines, I think everybody over here is from that industry. I think they have mentioned that Instagram and YouTube work. Snapchat has grown really well, especially in northwest of India. Somehow people in Punjab, Delhi, they have picked up Snapchat, better than people in Bombay. But I think with this India-China thing now coming almost to an end, I think TikTok might make a comeback in a year and a half's time, when their data security and everything gets settled over there as to where the data will be stored. I think TikTok will make a comeback, and the 15-second videos, the 20-second, 30-second videos will make a comeback, is what I assume. For brands which are based on perspective, I think Reddit is a very important platform these days. It gives you, so for example, for automobile companies, Team BHP has been a platform which is a standalone platform. If you ask a car enthusiast today, if I want to buy a new car, somebody, if goes to Team BHP, you reviews which are absolutely true, and you can actually pick up cars accordingly. So they will compare a Kia versus a Tata versus a Mahindra, etc., etc. So community-based platforms are very important in terms of getting the core people to talk about you. So I think somewhere Reddit is doing a good job, and Quora, I think, is now almost dead. That's something where, Twitter is still working. According to me, a lot of sports-based brands, cinema-based brands, they're still on Twitter. So I think that's a great platform as well if you're from that industry.
So Prateek, you almost answered everything I believed. But yeah, for Body Shop, I just want to say that we do have a mix of platforms, which is mainly it is Instagram, which we focus on, and also the YouTube. So we have a lot of brand awareness campaigns which we launch from time to time, and YouTube in terms is giving us results in terms of brand awareness, and very rightly said that it's not only the awareness but also the consideration, which is extremely important now. That is the education and the information what we want to impart to the customers. These days, everybody who wants to know how to do this, or please, give me some tips and tutorials. I think YouTube is excellent. It's really an excellent platform for that. In fact, YouTube Shorts these days has been very, very popular, and we are also investing in that, because that's the new gen platform where we are also exploring and of course doing our findings. Instagram definitely has been there, but still I feel it's relevant, much relevant to the kind of content we want to, we want our audiences to get engaged with. And within Instagram, I feel we do drive some awareness and consideration, but I feel for conversion, we need to actually look at other platforms also. We also look into a lot of blogging in terms of, because we have so much content where we want to educate and inform our consumers. We actually have used Quora, so Quora has actually helped us to get a lot of, I would say, relatability and engagement, wherein we see a lot of clicks to our website and people really wanting to know more about our products and information what they get from Reddit or Quora. It's still very, very relevant for our for the marketing what we want to actually we want to actually go through with all the customers. So that's it. I think it's a mix of all the platforms, but definitely I feel we are waiting for TikTok to come. We are also waiting for TikTok to make entry again to India, because I think that was very, very relevant, and also it really helped us for much better awareness and engagement.
Instagram possibly took off because
because
TikTok
TikTok did not.
It was good for them, yeah.
So I just like to add, the algorithms keep changing. Like for example, long format videos are not getting views at all these days, and YouTube, because she mentioned YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts is the ones which is getting video. Probably some genius in YouTube said that we should also do Shorts because Meta is doing so well on Instagram Reels. The long format videos are not. In fact, the long format videos, as he mentioned, are one of the best, and it has an infinite life. In fact, people 10 years down the line might pick it up, and it's about creating that particular content for your brand. We have seen Reels, Instagram Reels getting viral after 3 years for brands. And I know none of our bosses are going to, agree to the fact that 3 saal ke baad viral hoga. But we have seen those things happen. So it's about just identifying that right platform, as most of the brands here have done that.
From all your answers, I'm guessing Instagram, of course, is the biggest hit, and kind of leads up to my next question. Now, influencer marketing, of course, is a 1,800 crore industry. This is about a year ago. And yet I saw this report by Cluck which revealed that 2 out of 3 Instagram profiles in India have fake accounts, fake followers exceeding about 60%. So how do you really address the concern of fake followers, considering that you're putting a lot of money into this?
60% engagement, kam maan ke chalo. Assume that there are 4 lakh followers instead of 1 million followers.
Okay, and so what is the kind of wastage we're really looking at?
I'm just answering from an agency perspective, let the brands handle that.
He's advocating, basically, yes. Daman, maybe you want to answer that.
Okay, yeah. So, honestly, back in, say, about a year and a half ago, like when we used to kind of choose influencers before this whole algorithm moved to engagement and engagement scores, etc., we were very happy कि यार इस influencer से इतने view आ गए. Super excited, right? And then we obviously started realizing that Instagram itself also kind of pushed these videos across. You get a lot of views. The CPVs sometimes used to be as low as 0.05, and the influencer had barely 100k followers, and one would imagine ki what exactly is happening, right? We obviously slowly kind of started kind of studying it, understanding it, right? Today a lot of agencies and platforms have these native tools to kind of define what bot audience exactly is. We get the exact engagement score of each and every influencer, and see, we do campaigns. As I said, for us at least, we don't have, for us, like, we get the male, females, the split, we get the engagement score. So I'm guessing a lot of other brands over here have problems because they have to choose from so many different influencers and then kind of say that who doesn't have bots. So for us, we already have like 2-3 metrics, right? We've defined the follower split, etc., etc. We actually go sometimes and see comments, we get in touch with agencies, we define that, and then we create a set of influencers and list of influencers. Otherwise, there is no other possible way for us to kind of go about doing this. The other thing that's actually, even if influencers don't have bot followers, I wanted to kind of just touch upon this for anybody who would like to answer. The CPVs with influencers today have gone phenomenally high, right? I'd spend less money running an ad than I was to give an influencer money. For, like, say, every 2 views, I'm getting charged 5 rupees, and I just don't understand what the logic of that exactly is, right? Now, if it was a YouTube haul video, like ma'am said earlier, I know I get it, right? A little long form content you get, there's ROAS on that. You pay an influencer an X amount, a 10-12 minute video would get you, say they'll show so many products and they get you some kind of ROI. But otherwise, when it comes to Instagram, I think bot followers is a problem, and it's the I don't know if I'd call it mentality, but that itself is a problem in terms of the CPVs being so ridiculously high today, which is just not fathomable for me at least.
Basically, there's no real indicator for the success of an influencer marketing campaign, is it? We're literally shooting in the dark and hoping it works.
See, the thing is, again, right, there are 2-3 ways to look at it. Now, if you're looking at, if say, for example, I'm doing a sale event, right, we just recently did a sale event, I will have to just shut off certain parameters and then look at, I need to go and get as many people to talk about it. Suddenly, one fine day, women across India open the app and everybody's like, Zivame, 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 and then you're just naturally like, okay, what is it, right? Influencers also today, to some extent, are like print ads from the real estate era. Ki matlab, har paper mein you will find my print ad. Similarly, every influencer, suddenly one fine day you open Instagram, is talking about it, you are bound to get noise, right? So you are bound to kind of do well at certain times. The real deal is when you have just certain budgets month on month and you're able to use influencer in a proper manner and the kind of products you're pushing, they are getting enough sell-throughs. That is then the true metric, is what every brand should kind of look for. Not when you have sudden spike events and you just take the whole world of influencers, macro, micro, nano, everybody.
Priyanka Ranjan, would you like to answer whether, after a massive influencer marketing campaigns, you've actually seen conversions happen? Not just awareness, conversions.
Yes, so I'll tell you an example, and she's not an influencer, she's an ambassador, but since we've signed, say, somebody like Kriti, she's the face of the brand now, not only in India, even globally. We launched a campaign in September, and since then we've seen almost 50% of people who come to us have been first-time shoppers, right? Both online as well as offline. And that's an indicator for me from a face, right? Having a face and seeing what comes through. When you look at it from a smaller influencer base, we did something with Siddhant Chaturvedi. This is back in 2022, where he was just wearing winter wear from us, and the styles that he wore sold out. And this is back in 2022. Obviously, people were buying more from e-commerce. Stores were still not functional, with full strength. But overall, if you ask me, the efficiency of it will still be the number of impressions they've got, the number of comments you've got, the number of link clicks you've got. Conversion is always going to be secondary, always. And this might differ from brand to brand, obviously, because the intention of it's very important on the phase in which your brand is, right? It can be a nascent phase where you're only pushing coupon codes and trying conversion. Or it could be a phase where you don't need to push conversion on the social platform. You just need to push the fact that you're around and you're still relevant, with whatever you're doing.
Harmeet, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, with regards to the influencer being successful, I think it's very important the kind of campaign you actually give them. It's actually the brand, I think it's a responsibility that what we are actually wanting them to reflect on. Definitely the right messaging and the authenticity of what we want to convey. So just to give you an example, we have, I have 2 examples actually, quickly I'll just narrate. One is when we did an influencer campaign just very recently in December, wherein we got the filtering very right in terms of our TG, in terms of the relatability of those consumers and how engaging they could be, with the audience. And I must say that with the success of the campaign and the influencer choice, actually everybody's been really commenting on that and saying that you had the right influencer choice in terms of either, I'm not saying that whether they were micro or macro, but I think the way they delivered the message, I think it was very, very important the way the brand took the responsibility, the right way to do that. So we did this campaign in December, and I must say this is one of our best seller in just 2 months, that product. So these are the influencers, and just to talk about one also very recent campaign which is still running, it is British Rose, one of our fastest seller. That was done by Diana Penty, and again the way it was shot, the way we engaged our consumers, and the beautiful content what we made, it was of course from the brand side, and definitely the followers what Diana Penty has. I think it's a great mix. You need to have a mix of it, I feel a product success in the industry with all the consumers it lies not only with the influencer and what they do, but also it lies with the brand, definitely with them as well.
Super. Now from conversion, I'd like to come to content. And we've been noticing that, a lot of cringe content on Instagram and, other platforms has been getting a lot of traction. Just the first thing that comes to my mind is Ganji Chudel. I'm sure everybody has heard of the phenomena called the Ganji Chudel. from Nykaa, Google. I mean, the brands that you wouldn't think are going to collaborate with her are collaborating. What do you guys think about, collaborating with cringe content? Who wants to take that? Resha.
Okay, look, cringe content, it depends on your brand, but let me tell you, I don't think Ganji Chudail is cringe content. I mean, firstly, no, I really don't think so. I think it is a certain way, because it's produced a certain way, you can't really dub it as cringe content. It's actually very, very smart, engaging content. I mean, I do think there's a lot of cringe content. You go to YouTube and you're watching shorts, oh my God, there's a lot of cringe content, even on Reels, even actually Facebook Meta Reels could be like, there is lots of cringe content there. I think you must know your brand. If I am a premium jewelry brand, there is no way that I'm going to go and collaborate with cringe content, because my brand has a value. Like, every single day I put brick by brick together to build a brand. So cringe content or any content at all, any influencer, any content, anything that you do, you must be very sure of knowing yourself. Your brand is a person, and only collaborate if it goes with your brand. Because numbers are nothing if they're taking you in the wrong direction. I mean, there is really no reason why you should run after numbers. You should run after creating something which has value. The second thing is Ganji Chudail. Let me come back to it. I totally do it because I do not think it's cringe. I think it's really fun. So yeah, that's how I would look at creating content or collaborating. Be very sure of your brand value and do it when it's relevant.
Samir, would you like to add to that?
I think I wouldn't do it because it's taken us a while to build a brand, 30, 35 years. Today's world, we know one wrong step you take, it'll just erode whatever you've done. So, risks are perhaps too high for our category. We're a serious service provider. Of course, there's fun involved in it, but I would rather stay away from it. That's my personal opinion.
Imagine Ganji Chudail, entering Look Salon and gets a hair. Or wearing a Jiva jewelry and walking around in her metaverse. A lot of brands, what happens is because something is trending, a lot of brands latch on to that because they think engagement is the key. I think it made sense for Google to do it. If you ask me from a perspective of an agency, I think it made absolute sense for them to do it. I don't think Nykaa one was placed so well. If you ask me as someone who has seen this industry over the last 8 years, Nykaa was not placed. I think it was just that they latched on to the trend and they said, let's do it, and it happened. I think it, again, as it's rightly said, it would not work for a Jiva. It would not work for any of the brands here, I think.
No, I think it really takes,
For us.
honestly, it takes guts for a brand to kind of accept Ganji Chudail. I'm not getting into, okay, let me put it this way. Sometimes the best jokes are these dad jokes, right? People love it. People love how bad sometimes something is, right? So I don't know if it's cringe or not, but it has a shareability to it. People are like, okay, you love it or you hate it. So even for a brand to kind of do that, for say Nykaa to do that, they very well knew ki either people be like, oh my God, like, wow, Nykaa, you had the guts to pull this off. Or people like, oh my God, Nykaa, you're so big, did you actually really do this, right? So I'm sure they were contemplating both the things. It just happened to work in their favor because Ganji Chudail now and then was at an all-time high.
Yeah, and Nykaa has been one of those brands who have been very specific about influencer marketing. They had their own in-house influencer marketing team in 2018. And they collaborated with all fashion influencers, all lifestyle influencers at unimaginable rates for a few-year contracts.
I guess everybody on the panel is sort of a fan of Ganji Chudail. Whether or not you'll collaborate with them for a brand.
So I think this is a very nice note that we are ending the panel's conversation at.
One more question, not ending it.
So see, you asked like, this is Ganji Chudail and this is cringe content. It was a statement which itself was, establishing that it was. But is it really? Like, when we say cringe content, is it cringe content or is it my understanding of cringe content, right? We all are too attached to our brand's personas and we are just married to it. We don't even entertain the idea of dating a certain content trend which has come in. So I think when we are saying influencer campaigns, firstly, that itself is wrong. There shouldn't be influencer campaigns. There should be campaigns. the focus of a brand in today's D2C world should be to create a movement. Now, whatever that movement is, you work and you put your brainstorming together as a marketer that how can I put my brand into it? Because hey, the world is consuming it. You like it, hate it, who gives a whatever, right? Like we have to see what people are liking and enjoying. So I think what Nykaa has been able to do and lot many other brands have been able to do is really understand that consumption pattern. And then see that, okay, like can a Jiva fix there, can a Libas fix there, and also not try too hard also just for the heck of doing it. But at the same time, that's where I think we all get tested as marketers, that how can we create a movement. I think for me, I look at content like that and not look at it from the influencer lens.
Just one last question, like I promised. Now, we always hear about, whenever you speak to a production, like an AD or a brand, you always hear, if you've gotten celebrities, they are now going to do this one dialogue, there's too much nakra coming out there, and the celebs would complain that the brands are micromanaging. So when it comes to influencer marketing, and you guys are speaking and dealing with about maybe 100 influencers across the country, how much of control do you really have, and how much of micromanagement maybe can you do with regard to the stories that they spin out?
Who said influencers don't have nakras?
Yeah, that's what I was coming in. Yes, go for it.
They feel they were born to be actors. They didn't get a platform. They were not related to Karan Johar. So they came on Instagram.
I've actually worked with actors who were just so polite, didn't even ask for a coffee, change in a washroom, and
it's actually,
and like I've had influencers with 50K and just want a representative and want to order from a Blue Tokai and lunch from like whatever, and then has not even done enough work.
It's easier to work with actors than with influencers, very frankly. I have
I mean, I wouldn't generalize to that scale. Well, there are some actors which like do give you nightmares, and well, there are some really nice influencers. So, I mean, it's not good to generalize, but influencers are also very difficult to work with. Also, certain times I feel that there's this jump in commercials which have come with influencers, which is absolutely obnoxious. I'm happy to give anybody 10 lakh for a reel also, as long as they give me 30 lakh out of that campaign. I think that's a conversation which is not only lost on actors, on influencers, but also on a lot of marketers. We also give in, that is why a certain industry standard has been set, right? I don't like to look bad in front of my boss. I like to keep on asking for money for all campaigns continuously across all months and all quarters. So I do that due diligence at my end to make sure that, okay, why am I even doing this? Is this because I like a Kusha Kapila, so I want a Kusha Kapila? Or just having her, does it make sense for me or not? So I think these kind of questions, like you need to continuously be very honest with yourself, and also then encourage your team to work a certain way as well.
So just to sum it up, let me say, there are no real indicators to measure an influencer marketing campaign. They also give you a lot of nakra. They're not easy to manage, but we still, I think, can't do without them at this stage. Love them, hate them, can't ignore them. Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. It was such an engaging conversation. Absolutely delight speaking to all of you.
Thank you, Neeta, for hosting it.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on that note, if I may invite the CEO and founder of Digitop, Amit Verma, to please help us with a token of appreciation from our side to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause, and may we please request now our panelists to step forward and allow us an opportunity, of course, starting with Nisha. Nisha, thank you for joining us today. A bigger round of applause, Nisha Khatri, Head of Marketing, Libas. Daman, thank you for your valuable inputs. Daman Bali, Director Marketing, Zivame. We have Priya Ranjan Manai, Head of Marketing, Pepe Jeans, London. On the other side, we have Resha Jain, Chief Branding Officer of Jiva. Thank you, Resha, for joining us. Sameer Srivastav, CEO of Lux Salon. Pratik Kaur, Co-founder, Footprint. Thank you, Pratik, for joining us. And of course, Harmeet Singh, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Brand Officer of The Body Shop. And towards the end, a big thank you to our moderator, Neeta Nair, editor, Impact Magazine Exchange for Media. May we please request all of you to step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you all together in one frame along with Amit. If you've enjoyed that conversation, let's give them a bigger round of applause with the hashtag e4m RetailEX as a one word. Thank you so much to all of you. May we request you to please proceed towards the speakers lounge. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's hit the refresh button with a well-deserved lunch and networking break. We hope to see you back at 2:25 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So get set, as on the other side we've got some great conversation, but remember to continue with the hashtag e4m RetailEX as one word. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the other side with our upcoming speakers and discussions. Thank you. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we please urge everyone in the pre-function area to kindly settle in. On the other side, we've got an exciting conversation lined up for you, and then towards the end, we have the finale moment wherein we have a fireside chat between one of our very prominent leaders from the industry. So may we please request everyone in the pre-function area to kindly settle in. In the next 2 minutes, we go live. Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the inaugural edition of e4m RetailEX Summit and Awards 2025. Well, we can already see a lot of buzz on social media. Kudos to you and your brand teams for hashtagging RetailEX, E4M RetailEX as one word. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the conversations have been great so far. We've spoken on some pertinent topics, and now I believe after a good meal, it is time for us to get back to great conversations on the other side. But before we do so, allow me an opportunity to once again express gratitude to our co-partner, Route Mobile Limited, a global leader in CPaaS solutions. Allow me an opportunity to now cue in for the partner presentation. Well, a big thank you to Route Mobile for being the co-partner of this very edition. Ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for our third and the final panel discussion of the day, this is all about future. Well, retail is truly evolving at a lightning speed. Trend shifts, technology advancements, and of course, the consumer expectations continue to soar. But how do brands stay ahead of the curve? That's exactly what we'll uncover in Retail Reinvented, adapting to change and driving innovation. Allow me an opportunity to now welcome all our eminent panelists. Starting with our moderator, Assistant Editor with Exchange for Media, Ms. Aditi Gupta. Can we also please play the creative at the back so we can guide them? Aditi, of course, towards the extreme left. May I now invite Vikita Chaudhary, Deputy General Manager Marketing, Mad Over Donuts. Pallavi Burman, Chief Strategic Advisor, HRX. Harsh Patel, VP E-Commerce, True Elements. And Amit Verma, CEO, Founder, Digitup. May I please request them to be seated as per the creative. Pallavi, if there can just be a shift between you and, yes, we just have to shift a little. Thank you so much. Apologies, just want the right frame in the camera. Yeah, Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you, Bhavna. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's refreshed after a good lunch. Thank you to the panelists for joining us today. And we're here today to talk about, of course, how retail is evolving and with customer preferences changing, what are the reinventions happening in retail and how new things are being adapted in the industry. So I'll dive straight into my first question, which is, how have evolving consumer preferences shaped your brand's product, offerings, and retail strategies? So I'll start with you, Vikita.
Hello, yeah. So just a brief introduction, I am Vikita Chaudhary. I head marketing for Madover Donuts. Circling back to your question, I think it's all about what the trend is. I think today social media is giving us all the clues of what product to launch. To say the least, just recently we launched Dubai Viral Chocolate only because it was so much trending that we had to do something that is the customers were asking for. So for us, that is constantly innovation. We believe in surprise and delight. We keep bringing up, campaigns, innovations in packaging and stuff like that, which will make customers want to come back to MOD for beyond donuts. I think that's where we lie on. Just recently, we had a Women's Day campaign where we were giving discounts equal to their age. So we had a 101-year-old granny coming down to our Colaba store. I think such experiences is what the customers want, and we want to keep delighting them by such big and small campaigns. Yeah. No, luckily no money was given, but yeah, the donuts were for free.
Fantastic. Harsh, would you like to add?
Hi, I'm Harsh. I head the e-commerce business for True Elements. Coming to your question, how True Elements essentially looks at the evolving needs of consumers is very similar to how you look at trends coming out of word clouds, coming out of comments, reviews, and consumer engagement. One of the examples that happened with us was about 6 months ago or 8 months ago, where we just spoke to about 20, 25, 30 odd consumers who were our regular purchasers of seeds. We didn't understand the fact that why are you buying 6 seeds or 5 seeds separately rather than the mix that I have already existing. And the statement which came out was around the fact that our nutritionist has suggested to deal with PCOS. Now, that was an interesting fact for us that, okay, there's a seed cycling which is going on in order to address this problem. So we go use case basis. That is one of the things that we do. Over the last 1 year, I've been with the company for the last 2 years. In the last 1 year, we have done about, I don't know, maybe 80, 100 odd experiments on launching new products and seeing which works. It's more to do with what the category manager is looking for, what the new terms are coming out, and we test and learn. So that's how we approach this whole problem. And we continue to see this as a winning chassis for even 25 and 26. So we are looking at some trends and we'll see how it works.
Great. Amit, would you want to?
So from I would say from digital perspective, let's look at some of the changes that we have seen over the last 6 years. Is that a new brand would come in offline first, which has increasingly changed to digital first now. So a brand comes and they're completely digital, and then they think of going offline. Previously it was opposite. So one of the thing is that means there is a synchronization needed between offline and online for most of the brands, because the customer journeys are happening across various space: social media, digital, website, offline, etc., etc. So how to bring that together, how to learn all of that, and see where we can give a seamless experience, and then data is feeding back and forth. So there are examples where some of the brands are learning what is happening offline and applying it online, and then some are learning online then applying it offline. So all of those aspects are going on, and of course AI is helping with all those experiences. So yeah.
Great. Pallavi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
just post-lunch to make it worth your while. Since we've spoken about live examples of what happens in the space of product and services, I'll probably take a step back and talk about at a strategic level, how do we sort of deal with the changing consumer expectations. So it's a realization which experience brings to the fore. When you're taught in B schools, it's said that exceed customer expectations, but there is no exceeding. Exceeding never happens. I think what we end up doing technically as marketers is optimizing that expectation. What is the best you can dole out, keeping in mind the constraints within which you have to work. Because as you become a bigger brand, the customer base widens, the customer base expands, there's more diversity, there's more, and incidentally, fitness, but I cater to fashion and I cater to multiple other categories like, consumables and wearable fashion and accessories. Bringing about change when you're a broader base brand, keeping in mind the diversity, the different wants, the needs, the desires which are piling up with the changing world is kind of tricky at a bigger base. So we start optimizing, and when we kind of look back saying, what does this customer really expect or need to feel happy? The two factors which kind of come to the fore broadly. I think one, the customer looks at the highest level of customization we can provide to them. So that doesn't mean that I can write the name and give the jersey to the customer. That's not possible because we're not one-on-one AI-driven customized brand. That's a different business altogether. But what is that hyper level of customization that I can offer to a customer? That happens through targeted marketing, going like very sort of focused on the needs and building your use cases and then talking to those customers of those cohorts. The other thing that the customers look out for is a sense of reliability. I mean, we are the customers. Who are we fooling? We all get disgruntled when you've paid something and you want to return it and you don't get an easy response and money is not coming back. It's just solving for all those things. So I think reliability is something that we kind of constantly work on, saying how can we become a brand which is faster in terms of response time, which can trends and all get incorporated in the design, and there's nothing I can do honestly to kind of change that cycle, saying the product will drop every 2 weeks or 3 weeks or in a month's time, and there's very little I can do to change the supply chain or the availability of that product part in our scheme of things. But then at a macro level, it's reliability that we build on, and it's the customization element that we build on through communication. So this kind of helps us optimize the expectations which our customers have from us. And I think that kind of gives us a better customer happiness quotient today.
Great, thanks. Let's move on to our next very important part, which is the digital transformation that's happening now. So how do you integrate that? What role does technology play in your brand to give the maximum customer experience and from discovery to purchase? So anyone who wants to take it up first?
So essentially at True Elements right now, I'm looking at my entire funnel approach, and as a team what we are looking for is what are the user consumer journeys that they are going through and how can I touch upon them on a regular basis, right? So starting with top, middle and bottom and using tech stacks like GoQuick and Telefins and multiple other resources which are available in the market. How do I ensure that I reach out to them? But apart from just reaching out to the fact is, what am I giving them on the table, right? So what are my comms going through, like what are the call outs that I'm giving out, what are the kind of reminders that I'm going through? So at True Elements, the whole approach is not only to just ensure that we are just following tech. Apart from that, there's a regular connectivity that we have with our own end consumers, the loyal people, and essentially there's like a whole team which has been sitting behind this to execute this piece. That is what has led to almost a retention of about 40-45% between different channels that we have been observing so far, and the aim is to just keep increasing that percentage as we move ahead.
I think technology for us, we are trying to see at every customer touch point, how can technology enhance the customer experience? So be it customer going at the pause, and if my CSA over there comes to know that he has eaten double trouble 5 times, the CSA can tell what would you like to have with the double trouble. I think that CRM tool that we have today is making us serve the customers better. From there to then sending a WhatsApp to him, knowing that, okay, he has not come to me from past maybe 5 months, why don't I give him something that he always come, be a coffee for that matter being. I think technology at every customer touch point is very critical. Of late, currently we have also done something called as AR, augmented realities on our boxes, which was first of its kind for any QSR industry, where people could scan the box and they could play a gamification and they could make their own donuts. So it was something very unexpected, but I think that helped us garner customer data, which we were not getting from the delivery partners. So we try to do a lot of technology innovations and adaptations so that every customer touchpoint is evaluated and enhanced. So yeah, that's about it from my side.
Yeah, so I have a perspective which is coming from, first of all, let's look at what's happening with the data privacy. Almost all D2C brands digitally, from a digital transformation perspective, there is no data privacy, absolutely not. You just mentioned go quick, right? So I go to a website and all my data is there. My data is there, my wife data is there, with respect to their mobile numbers, credit card, everything is there. Now, whether you accept it or not, but some level of technology upgrade has to happen where you are able to run your shop, your business, without having no dependency on such tools. And that would require some good digital transformation, better understanding using regression-based algorithms to predict who that customer could be based on their behavior, because you're not allowed anymore to get into that data. So when that would happen, because it can happen at any point in time, that all this, I think, well, let me put it this way, all these tools currently are definitely helping the business, right? Because there is a cost to how a customer is acquired. If currently the brands are acquiring the customer just because I've visited their website, that is definitely lowering the cost, right? I've seen it. So if that doesn't happen, what it would take to do that sales? What we would require to still continue and find that customer and its behavior? So AI, I think, is going to be that solution piece, but I've not seen that much going around there. So I think it's the brands who would take that first leap, who would say, okay, I will be the industry leader and will not use data privacy, but I will do some research and get around that. So I think
that was in fact my next question about the personalization and data, and how how do brands now leverage consumer data to offer personalized shopping experiences?
They're already leveraging, yeah,
and try
good enough, yeah.
Yeah. So Pallavi, would you like to?
Regarding the digital transformation question, I mean, well, I've been a digital first brand for 10 years now. My entire playing field was digital. So anything and everything that it takes to sort of lift the brand, to establish the brand, to sell the brand, to grow the brand was always done digitally. They've gone through successive phases of transformation. But I think now we've reached a stage, and I'm not talking about the consumer-facing aspect of things, and let me kind of delve into the back end, saying how are we leveraging the technology and to some extent the use of AI and how it's kind of coming handy. Since it's manufactured at Myntra, we have some sort of control over the manufacturing and the design aspect of things. We started using machine learning, which I think is a beautiful, beautiful way of mapping trends, minimizing your gestation period for a collection to go live. Also understanding the characteristics of your customers and the data analytics, the insights that they give you into their buying behavior, purchase behavior, their needs. So all of that put together, I think our collection started evolving, and then you start seeing the higher sell-through. So basically, the matrix that get impacted is at a very macro level versus just sort of looking at conversions and marketing matrices. Digitally, I think we moved, in terms of the consumer marketing piece, I think the way we've transformed ourselves now in communication is basically tending a lot towards organic content, creating the UGI, because we realize that whole user-generated internet is working in our favor, because Selu things don't sell anymore. Everybody is calling out content. So I think the drastic transformation in the content strategy, the content play, making it more organic, making it more authentic storytelling, actually working with real people as opposed to paid creators and paid influencers, making them our evangelists, helping them grow with us as our brand. All these things have really worked in our favor at a consumer marketing level. So I guess these two big plays, and the future for us would be to deploy AI in the whole CX journey, because we feel, again, AI at a call center level where you have right now bots, but maybe when you have evolved AI, you can start adding to the revenue very quickly. The upscaling, the increase of AOVs and all of that, the basket size can easily happen with a good AI play, considering we've been a brand which is on the digital platform for very, very long with rich data and rich customer information. So this is the next leg of our digital transformation, which we would like to deploy and then see how can we
Your brand is kind of leveraging consumer data for personalized experiences.
So when it comes to personalization of essentially True Elements as a brand is existing in your next door Kirana store, right? The Kirana store is not doing any personalization. He or she is keeping the collection which most of the consumers are possibly looking for. Where I start looking at personalization is more from a perspective that what are the use cases that the consumers are looking for and how closely I can get or launch products for them, right? PCOS was just one of the examples that we did, right? One of the category managers from one of the quick com channels mentioned to us that staples is increasing, organic staples are increasing, and consumers in 3 locations or 3 geographies right now are looking for a certain set of flowers. They pick up during certain events in the calendar year. All I have to do is just plug in the product over there, right? So instead of thinking about the fact that, okay, X consumer at X age group and X location would purchase something like this, I look at it more from a perspective that what are the use cases coming through. Use cases also come through from a perspective that, okay, how did Muesli got created, right? The early onset of creation of the product Muesli was essentially consumers were picking up oats and putting up fruits, putting up milk, and putting up a few more things, nuts and seeds, right? Okay, instead of adding these 5 steps together, let me just launch a product for you guys. So True Elements was one of the first brands to bring Muesli into the country. That's how also products keep getting evolved, right?
Great. So I'll move on to the next question, which is about the sustainability and ethical practices. So what steps are your brands taking to align with sustainable and ethical retail trends? Vikita.
So to talk about it, all our products are FSSAI licensed, whatever products that we have. Data that we take is always the customer is giving to us, because we are not only e-commerce, we also have retail outlets. So I think that becomes very important. So at any point of time, customers are not comfortable sharing their data. We are okay with it. Data privacies are very strict on our website also. So all those things, even the packaging that we are into, it's all graded for the standards that we are supposed to be. So I think from that perspective, the brand is very ethically evolved over a period of time. The products that we use, the ingredient, we don't go for artificial food colors and stuff like that. So I think, yeah, we are very conscious about the TG that we have. It starts from the small kid to an adult, young adult. So I think we want to be at par with the expectations from the brand and the trust that it has built over the last 16 years in the industry.
Okay, great.
I'll just add like a quick one about this, right? Sustainability for at least the brand that I'm currently working for, it's more to do with the fact that how does it get ingrained in the brand's principles, right? One of the most simplest things that we do is, let's say if you purchased a True Elements product, you can return the packaging back to us. We will actually collect your plastic bags, we will send it to an NGO, they will convert it into fuel and they'll use it. This is just, so it's more about how the brand is integrating sustainability as a principle rather than, sort of screaming about it. But yeah, that is just one of the things that we do.
Great. Pallavi, would you like to add?
Well, I've studied sustainability very deeply, and it's a massive field. And it'll be unfair to say that I'm ready to change the world and I'm ready to change my brand, but baby steps, one step at a time. Particularly in the world of fitness, it all starts with the fabric we use. Unfortunately, it's not a sustainable fabric. So first thing we were attempting to do is move towards sustainable fabric, which again needs to be sourced from China. The macroeconomic problem is known to everyone in this room. Having said that, it's not an easy thing to do to deploy sustainability at every level of your retail practices or businesses, but we've started small by change of packaging, for example, trying to save electricity at the retail level, making the navigation easier for them. I mean, all these things, like I said, baby steps contribute to the overall larger picture, but sustainability is a very, very, very vast field, which is the reason why even a Zara or an H&M only does a very minute 2-3% of the collection, which is sustainable. But we do aspire to become a sustainable brand because we don't want to contribute to the landfills. We don't want to sell carcinogenic stuff. We want our customers' wellness. So we've started studying it. But I think it'll be a while before we can transform economically so that the customer... We don't want the customer to pay the premium yet. And hence I think it's going to be that's going to be rather a longish journey to become fully sustainable, or even 60-80% sustainability as and when we achieve.
Fantastic. I think we have to quickly wrap up. I'll just ask my last question and then we'll wrap up this panel. What key trends do you foresee shaping the future of retail, and how is your brand preparing for them?
So right now, one of the ways that we have been noticing how choice of channels for FMCG products is changing over a period of time, right? We look at it from a perspective, instead of looking at it as GT, MT, e-com, we think about it from a perspective of channel of discovery, channel of penetration, channel of distribution. So depending on where my consumer share of wallet is, I essentially go and address that consumer over there. Over a period of time, I've been in the industry of e-com now for almost 12 years. Starting from the fact that Amazon had entered back in 2013, where marketplace was the only thing where discovery was happening in offline market and purchase was happening online. It has now become the fact that marketplaces have become a port of discovery, and consumers are now purchasing on quick comms or the rest of the channels like beauty or pharma channels, right? And we look at it from a perspective that if my consumer is sitting offline, I would try and get as close to him as possible, him or her, and just ensure that availability is the key game over here.
While social media trends will come and go, I think one trend that COVID has got for us is convenience. I think whatever we do going forward, the customers want convenience, and that will set in a lot of trends. So for example, having your own mobile app, even today QSR industries are getting into and their own mobile app, apart from the big giants like McDonald's of the world. So I think that is very important for us to understand whatever we are doing, launching, the convenience has to be the key. Expecting the customer today to get out of his comfort zone, coming to the store. I think that we cannot be rigid about it. We have to understand if he wants convenience, he wants it fast at his doorstep. And now then entire ecosystem has to be built around it for him to get convenience so that he becomes a loyal customer to you.
Right. Great. Fantastic.
Actually, I think it's a difficult question because we have all seen the debate even before Blinkit, the 10-minute deliveries, that it was being done, who will be interested in 10-minute deliveries and so on. But it completely changed the landscape of groceries today. So it's such a disruptive time that it's very hard to predict. But all of that is data driven, and end of the day it is about customer experience, their time, right? How quickly they can make a choice and purchase. They don't want to stand and keep on going through a line of products. So anything which tends to bring convenience, reduce their time, help them purchase, and of course AI is at the background of all of that, what I'm saying, is going to pave the way for innovation. So yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Pallavi, would you like?
I think it's just a summary of everything that Vikita, Harsh, and everyone's kind of. So basically, quick commerce. Everything is selling on quick commerce, and there's somebody in Bangalore who's launching fashion in 10 minutes. So I don't know how far will this game go, because it's really worrisome when you're out on the road actually battling those guys who are doing the deliveries. They pop out of anywhere, but unfortunately, that's a trend which is propping up, where quick commerce is category agnostic next. Anything and everything is selling on quick commerce. Second, I think, is the use of AI, and I would love to deploy it at the inventorizing level as well, where even AI is using its intelligence for buying, for manufacturing, for kind of tailoring to the needs of the trending fashion, or trending silhouette, or analyzing the sweet spot in pricing, things like that. And the customer today, rightly said, doesn't want to tolerate any pain. So long turnaround times are passé. Everything happens in real time. So how do you kind of make your communication more real time? Because gone are those days when you can say, oh, I'll get back to you in 1 working day or 2 business days. And there's this huge uproar and troll that happens on social media because nobody's willing to wait. So faster and faster turnaround times, quicker commerce, AI, more intelligent buying, more intelligent inventorizing, I guess.
To give, I mean, it's not there, I've not heard, but there is already smart fridge, and that fridge is soon going to make an order on its own. Looking into your fridge, what it has and what it used to have, it's going to make that order on its own. You're going to put your credit card information in your fridge, and it's going to make an order. So that's very hard to say where we are going.
Great, great. Very nicely put and very, very true. Thank you so much for taking out the time. It was such a wonderful and insightful session. I hope everybody enjoyed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, if I may please request the co-founder of Footprint, Prateek Kaur, to please join us, help us with the token of appreciation of all our eminent panelists. Of course, Prateek was also one of the panelists in our previous session, and he's been kind enough to join us on the stage for this one. Let's give Prateek a warmer round of applause as we welcome him. And with that, a big thank you, Vikita. Vikita, thank you so much for joining us. Deputy General Manager Marketing MOD, Pallavi. But before that, of course, Harsh is right there. So Harsh, VP E-commerce, True Elements. We then like to go to Amit Verma, CEO, founder, Digitop. Let the applause continue, everyone. Pallavi Burman, Chief Strategic Advisor, HRX. And Aditi Gupta, Assistant Editor with Exchange for Media. May I please request all of you to step forward. Prateek, please join them in the frame. And ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we had Aditi, Vikita, Pallavi, Harsh, Amit representing various brands like Mad Donuts, HRX, True Elements, and Digitop. And of course, Prateek coming from Footprint, so thank you so much. Well, a lot is in store for you on the other side, as we have saved a great conversation for the very end. And let me tell you, I'm sure it's a guaranteed finale we have in store for all of you. This is just not going to be another session, it's a conversation which you'll remember long after today. On stage, we have a legend in the world of food and consumer brands. He's been the founder of Ching's Secret and a senior advisor to the CEO at Tata Consumer Products Limited. His journey is the stuff of business folklore. You can hear the stories from him, turning a brand into a cultural phenomenon. And who better to unravel this than having one of our in-house senior editors who's going to be joining us. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's call upon Ajay Gupta, founder of Ching's Secret and a senior advisor to the CEO at Tata Consumer Products Limited, along with Kanchan Srivastava. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Ajay is always very kind, and Ajay, we look forward to hearing a lot from you. Thank you so much for joining us. And with that, Kanchan, I'd like to leave it in your able hands to take it forward.
Thank you, Bhavna. Should I say Ching's secret has been revealed today? Yes. So I think for the first time in my life, I am sitting with someone who has built a 5,000+ crore brand from scratch I guess within 30 years, I can say?
The value was not the fun. The journey was fun. So really speaking, the value keeps moving. So I'm not really chuffed about the value. We were expecting a lot more. So.
Okay. So you built, 5,000 plus crore brand, which is now part of Tata Consumers Limited. And we also understood that there were other suitors as well, right? Like Nestle or maybe Hindustan Unilever. Why did you choose Tata?
So one we started as a niche business. The niche became mass. We planned it to be a high gross margin business. So one niche category, 99% of our portfolio was either in flavor or form, never existed in the country. So that is what gave it the premium value. Also high gross margin. Also in terms of categories that was still had huge amount of growth potential in it, which meant when we decided to exit, which meant that any company in the world wanted us. Simple answer, why not Tatas? I mean, when you really look at from a kid who grew up in Mumbai or India, yeah, that brand is so much about trust. And when I grew up, I grew up in an old age, so I saw this last seminar that you had here. This is like a big generation gap. So when I grew up, you had two jobs to do: either join the government or join Tata's. That's where I grew up. So it's Tata. You wanted to leave the brand in the hands of an Indian company, and then we had a choice of Tata's. So that's really where it came from. It was a very emotional thing.
Wonderful. So whenever, companies are acquired and merged, so a lot of, churn happens within both the companies, like, the difference of culture, lot of differences are there. How has it been going for, Capital Foods, your company, and TCPL?
So while the deal happened in last year in March, but this was a process that had begun 4 or 5 months in advance. So really speaking, it was very seamlessly integrated. Culturally, the way Tatas are. So it was a very smooth move from being who we were to the Tata Group, and it was fun really. We didn't, all that I'd heard about problems and stuff, we didn't face that much of an issue there.
So integration has been over, you're saying?
In 3 months, we completed 100% of the integration.
Oh, lovely.
Because it was planned 4 or 5 months in advance.
Okay, that's really great. And where do you see Capital Foods, particularly your brands like Ching's Secret and Smith & Jones from, 5 years from now?
So, from a brand, but there are 2 brands, there's Ching's and Smith & Jones, there's 2 brands there. If you're all familiar with Szechuan chutney, yes. Yeah, so Szechuan chutney, the entire tomato ketchup category is between Kisan and Maggi is around 600 crores. And Szechuan chutney is at 250 crores already. Probably this year is going to be at the coming year is going to be 350 crores. So I'm looking at a Szechuan chutney becoming 1,000 crore brand in the next 2 years. With the Tatas and the scale of distribution, we see the brand in the next 5 years, Ching's alone being close to a 3,500 crore brand. Smith & Jones has really speaking two categories. One we in ginger garlic paste. Right now we in ginger garlic paste and pasta masala. Ginger garlic paste, when I started in 96 with ginger garlic paste being packaged, with the first people to do that, it was a very niche premium. Over the last 10 years it's become mass. The 5 rupee ginger garlic paste is one of our largest selling SKUs. I see Smith & Jones, and there's a huge amount of innovation coming in Smith & Jones. That's going to be another 1,000-1,500 crores. So, broadly in 5 years, you're looking at around 4,500 crores in terms of top line.
Superb. I think most of us are using your ginger garlic paste, including
Thank
myself.
you.
Yeah. So brands often, speak about consumer insight, business strategies, and they do a lot of, kind of market research before launching any product. We would like to understand how did you, think of the masala, the Ching secret, and what kind of studies you do, and how did you basically decided about the products?
So, incidentally, I come from advertising. Yeah, I spent 16 years in advertising before I came on the other side. Got tired of being in the agency and became a client. It was actually, this journey began for me, on Ching's journey began when I started working for two brands, this Kohinoor Basmati rice, and which we wanted to take international, and another company called ADF, which has brands international. It's called Ashoka and Camel, and their Indian brand then was Mother's Recipe Pickle, which later they sold. I had to help these companies go into the world. I had to study how ethnic foods evolved in the UK, how Indian food became large in the UK, how Italian became large in the East Coast, versus how Chinese and Japanese became large in the West Coast, how you were seeing a trend of in the Midwest in America, how Mexican to Tex-Mex and now Mexican happened. So when you studied all these trends, and this is, I'm talking of in 95, that was a time also where in India you started hearing the word 250 million strong middle class. This is the first time in the 90s the term started evolving. And everything Maslow says, as the consumer evolves, he moves from staple to ethnic cuisines. Now in India, incidentally in India, there is nothing called Indian food. Every 300 kilometers a recipe changes. Now if this evolving consumer I had to feed, it had to be something that was foreign, because then you could take it across the country, and yet we are a food culture country. It could not be anything that is foreign. And what ticked here was the matrix that comes from ethnic cuisines, which is the Chinese immigrants had come to India way back in the 30s, in the last centuries. I don't know if most of the young people know, India was ahead of China till the 70s, yeah? Somewhere we lost it. The Chinese have been there. Most of the large cities of this country had Chinatowns. Now when the Chinese came, the immigrants came here, 10, 12 years later, their ingredients were over, but their cooking method were there. So their cooking method, Indian ingredients, created new cuisine, which Indians were lapping up, and how. So you see this trend, and you see a trend that moves from 5 stars to restaurants, and by the early 90s, the vada pav stalls had big competition with the Chinese stalls. You had in Delhi, you had chole bhature and chow mein. So these were competing on the street, which meant Indians were going to cook it at home. So that's really where the science came from. And then it's been a 27 years journey to make it fruitful. So there, while I come from a belief that research confirms your assumptions. Research can't help you innovate. Yeah, so every time we've done research based on, hey, this is a great idea, because we've seen it with the consumer, let's research it to confirm or reconfirm it. And that's really how we use research. Sometimes common sense is better than research, yeah? Common sense is common.
Yeah, true. So, some time back, on the sidelines, you were telling me how you spent, years in UP, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh to understand their food preferences, the kind of masalas they like. And you mentioned about pasta masala. So, I would like to understand how big that pasta masala market is for you, and how did you discover about it?
So, it's a very interesting story for us. First, food is culture. Yeah, we are Indians. We have taken other people's food and imbibed it and made it our own. Yeah, the samosa shell came from Central Asia. Aloo humne dala hai. Yeah, the naan also comes from there. Except for the idli, dosa, and the South Indian, the food that comes from the South, the Dravidian food. Most of our food has got inspired from many parts of the world, but we made it our own. जब तक ये हमारा नहीं होता है ना, हम खाते नहीं हैं उसको. Yeah, as much as सुशी में जब मसाला आएगा तो सुशी खाई जाएगी, otherwise going to remain there only. Yeah? And this is where, you know, this whole thing kept happening on pasta. And suddenly there was this huge trend of pasta. I also imported pasta, created a brand called Mama Maria, and 6 महीने के बाद we had a big foreground in our office complex. बाहर रख दिया, बोले सब ले जाओ, and realized this pasta is not selling. That was the time where Nestle, ITC were doing pasta, packaged instant pasta. I'm sure all of you have seen that. I gave up saying, यार ये Indian नहीं खाएगा, scale नहीं होगा. One of the days I was doing the wholesale market of Kanpur, and I was asking my sales guys, यहाँ पे pipe लगाएंगे too, because we were selling our Chinese masalas on a pipe. You know what is called a food pipe out of Kirana stores. So I kept saying, hey, इधर pipe लगाएंगे, and every time I would hear from the back, हो जाएगा. And I turned back and I asked, I said, boss, here we have just come to this city, so who the hell has so much contacts in a wholesale market to put pipes? It's not easy to get pipes put in wholesale markets. So this guy behind said, I'm your super stockist. So I said, what the hell do you do, man? You so much power in the wholesale market. He said, वो कट्टा देख रहे हैं? And I said, yeah, katta is a gunny bag, yeah. So he says, and that katta had macaroni in it. And you call it pasta, yeah. So he said, मैं ये बेचता हूँ wholesale market में. I said, यार कितना कट्टा बेचता है तू पास्ता का कानपुर में कि that you have so much power. He says, 8-10 ट्रक बेचता हूँ. Okay, this is, please note, this is 2014. कानपुर में 8-10 ट्रक बेचता है, एक ट्रक 8 टन का होता है. And it's like, shit, man. And then I asked him, he said, are you the only guy? He said, no, I'm the largest. 3-4 और हैं, वो भी 3-3, 4-4 ट्रक बेचते हैं. Suddenly your eyes open up to something which was in front of you, but you've not seen it. And then, with your eyes open, you suddenly start seeing, here every Kirana store in Kanpur had it. From Kanpur, I was going to Lucknow, and I saw it there also suddenly. From Lucknow, I traveled right through Varanasi to Patna, and from Patna and across, I'm suddenly seeing, in all Kirana stores, I'm seeing this macaroni pasta happening. And on the way, I did this by car, so on the way you saw small towns and everyone had this macaroni there. From Patna, I took a flight to Ranchi. Again, I found it in Ranchi. Now, Ranchi to Bombay is a long flight. And you kept thinking, it's like a 2-hour flight, and you kept saying, yeah, this is all happening here. Ye Bombay mein nahi hota, because you grew up saying Barilla, Di Checo. This is what pasta meant for you. So you scratch your head and you kept thinking. I landed. The next morning, my office is in Andheri. Next morning, I put my bag in and said, let me go to the Andheri municipal market, see what's happening there. My God, there was not just macaroni, there were all kinds of pasta in gunny bags at 45 rupees a kilo then. And there are 70 rupees now. 45 rupees a kilo. We sitting in this audience, our definition of pasta and the way India eats pasta, very, very different. So now there was a quick research, and I say research means 25-50 औरतों से बात की in different places, वो तड़का लगा रहे थे इसका. तो अभी पास्ता बेच के कुछ नहीं मिलता है, तड़के में पैसा है. So that's how we made the 5 rupee pasta masala. It's a 120 crore turnover business, growing at 40%. Hopefully, end of next year, it will be 170 crores. It is double than what Maggi and ITC sell in terms of numbers as pasta. Because हम ऐसे ही हैं, हम ऐसे ही खाएंगे. Okay, so ये food में ना हम ऐसे ही हैं. You can ask this question to yourself. हम वही खाते हैं. Pizza Hut became Pizza Hut after they did a campaign of tandoori pizza, and that, I don't know if you all remember, वो end में सौंफ मांगता है वो. Okay, ये हमारा होगा तो ही होगा. McDonald became McDonald after आलू टिक्की came. तो ये हम, this is the way it is. Yeah.
नहीं, मैं खुद लखनऊ से हूँ और हम लोग के यहाँ भी घरों में पास्ता एक डब्बे में रखा रहता है. तो आप जो कह रहे हैं, I can, you know, very much identify with this. And my next question is, I mean, you launched several products in multiple categories. I mean, like noodles, sauces, and masalas. Which product was your biggest success?
So the quickest rocket was Szechuan chutney. It just grew in the 4 years it became a 60 crore business. And again the insight there was, we are not a ketchup eating country. Kisan with erstwhile Dippies and all, it's not a lever brand. Yeah, this was a Malia brand that was taken over. So the ketchup as a category has been in this country for over 50 years. And it's still 600 crore ki hai. We are not a ketchup country, we are a chutney country. So when you decode Szechuan chutney, it is chili and garlic. Every region in this country has a chili garlic chutney. We did a twist to it. And Szechuan and chutney. I remember the first time when I told the team, we'll call it Szechuan chutney. I promise you I was called an idiot of the first order. Huh? And you take China and chutney. And that combination of understanding Indian taste profile and DNA, ये उसका है पर मैं अपना बनाऊंगा और तभी खाऊंगा. So the Szechuan chutney is something that really come up, been a rocket to us. And then of course the masalas are doing well. Fried rice masala alone is at 100 crore run rate, and distribution is still a big one. So everything is done well for us. There's nothing except we did launch tomato ketchup in Smith & Jones. 6 महीने में बंद कर दिया था उसको. ये हमारा धंधा नहीं है.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, very nice. So we would also like to know about your marketing initiatives. I mean, what kind of a strategy you adopt, to market your products, and where do you invest in marketing? Which media platform is your favorite? And about your brand ambassador Ranveer Singh. We learned that he sits with you to kind of, to define your brand proposition and all.
So 2013 we were at a certain level where we had decent money to spend on advertising. India has 2 religions, and then I added the third one. The 2 religions are cricket and Bollywood. This Hindu-Muslim is not religion, it's cricket and Bollywood. Cricket, and I'm selling food, so cricket, Bollywood is better because there is more women centricity to it. Also, Desi Chinese was becoming the soul food of Indians, irrespective of wherever they were in the world. What connects the Indian diaspora to India is again Bollywood and not religion and relatives. So for me it was important to have a Bollywood connection much more than cricket to take the brand across the world. Then the next question was who? Brand ambassador. We were very clear, and having been in advertising for a good 17 years, I didn't want a brand ambassador. I wanted a brand partner. I didn't want to take a actor or an actress and say, "Kale lambe gane bar tu bhi bana le." Yeah, I wanted somebody who had the same values and the same parameters of the brand itself. I had not many choices, and the choice hence was Ranveer. Ranveer was starting off at that time. And we had long meetings with Ranveer at that time because he had not really done anything much except one Durex film he had done, which was 3-4 years earlier. We sat with him. He added huge amount of value. He was very involved from that point itself on saying he was starting underdog, we were underdog. So it just married, and then what we created end of it in a year later. We spent 3 months in that first campaign, and that first campaign was a song, which was "My Name is Ranveer Singh," and that song had no product in it. The only time the logo of the brand came was on his arm. There was no mention of anything otherwise in it, though there was manchow and everything there in it, but it was a song. So it was a complete deviation from a standard way of looking at advertising, and that's where the song became a huge hit. It's even today it's in the album of Arjit Singh. It's an ad song and it's part of Arjit Singh's album. So that went in as a song. It went viral. It went viral as a Bollywood song, and that was in 2014. We just hit pay dirt with that song. End of the year, that first year, we had moved from 30,000 GT stores to close to 1.5 lakh stores. A lot of competition has started seeing something is happening in these categories. It was very important for us to quickly own the cuisine. And I'm saying from being Chinese, till then the term Desi Chinese had not happened, but we wanted to own the category itself. Quick research, Chinese is called with many names across the world. One common name that came out was Desi Chinese, which even the South understood, North, East all understood. So that's what we said we'll own. Now, I'm a guy in a hurry. To own it quickly, गाना बनाया था, तो next step क्या है? Picture बनानी पड़ेगी ना? So, or I said I'm in a hurry, तो picture बनाएंगे, and the way the character of Ranveer Singh was, the way the brand was, who do you go to? Again, not too many answers, so we called on Rohit Shetty. He laughed, threw us out of the office. देखिए picture बनाने आए ad के लिए. He really thought we were joking. We had to make 3-4 calls and then talk to. Finally, he said yes, and he said, "I'll do it my way." We said, "Sure, that's why we've come to you. This is the brief, and this is how we're going to work." And then our marketing team, Rohit and Ranveer, sat on the entire campaign, and we did this film, this is pre-Jio, yeah? So there is life before Jio and after Jio in terms of social media. And that film was premiered in the single screen theater in Chandan, which people know as Juhu. We had every media there, television media there. Ranveer danced outside the theater for 30 minutes in front of all the news channels. From the entrance of the theater till the screen, it took 45 minutes. It was a huge launch. Every television channel, news channels by habit need masala to run 24 hours. So we gave them this free opportunity. In the next 6 days, by calculation, we had got close to 20 crores worth of advertising. The weekend, on Saturday, we had planned to premiere this film after a Kapil show, and which we had planned with Sony. And Kapil comes in and says, "Now we will show you a film by Rohit Shetty." So it was a rollover from the Kapil show. So it was a huge premiere on Sony of a 7.5-minute film. On Sunday night, 1 o'clock, Alak, Mr. Bachchan tweeted on it. Yeah, and the next day again media started. And one media, some news reporter asked me what was the budget of the film. I actually answered was the budget for the campaign was 75 crores. I don't know what she heard, but what ran on television was this film was made for 75 crores. Now suddenly all the media took it off again, and by end of that week, we had close to 70 crores of free media. So that was the fun. So and across the board, then later we made a film with Ali Abbas Zafar. The new trend today is let's make a viral video. We make great advertising, we make great entertainment. वो viral हो जाती है because all the elements are there to it. And I'm not calling it viral. It's entertainment. More and more people want to see it. I give people a free film to watch and they watch it. So that's really, it's a very simple thing. बड़ी strategy नहीं है इसमें, फिर common sense है. मेरे को English में ज्ञान नहीं देने आता because early in life I learned for great marketing, you don't need semantics of English.
Yes.
Sorry
wonderful.
guys, yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Ajay, you built a $1 billion brand. What advice would you like to give to people who want to have their own startup?
So one big one, yeah, don't chase valuation before starting the business, because I see a lot of kids in the last 1 year, a lot of people come to me. Kids come and first talk about valuations and then talk about business. Yeah, if you do great business, and the word business is about making money. Everybody talks about burn first and then, yeah. So first, start thinking about what you're solving for the consumer. Are you helping create aspiration in the Indian middle class? And you're helping him evolve. And that's where you'll find a business idea. At least on food, don't start copying what the West has done. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Hum aise hi hain. And there's enough and more idea in aspiring India. There's enough and more from a $2,400 per capita moving to $3,500. We are going to eat a lot more different things. So don't go in the back and see things. Look up and see ideas there. Once you find your idea, then be passionate and run with it. Not worry about valuations. Valuations will come if the consumer accepts it and is ready to give premium. I'm just saying, guys, don't do shortcuts in life. They don't work. Yeah, so really speaking, your passion is going to deliver numbers and profit, and from there will come valuations and not reverse.
Beautiful. What is next?
It's a little too early. First, I'm taking care of my health, so I've lost 10 kilos in 1 year. No stress. Enjoying life. Studying, I need to re-engineer my life, so I'm reading a lot of books, studying a lot of stuff. Hopefully, I'll find something in the next 6-8 months. No rush.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? No?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ajay, for taking
Thank you
time
so
out
much.
and
Thanks,
speaking
guys.
with us.
So, as much everyone would want to understand further secrets from Ajay, we just like to part ways because, of course, everyone has a tight schedule. But Ajay, thank you so much for joining us. Allow us an opportunity for Kanchan to further give the token of appreciation to Ajay. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause as we have his leadership on stage. And it's always so great when you have the founder, as we'd like to call him, the OG of the industry. So a bigger and a monumental round of applause for Mr. Ajay Gupta. So thank you so much, and thank you, Kanchan, for yet another great conversation from your side. So ladies and gentlemen, as Ajay makes way towards the speaker's lounge, we'd now like to break in for a short networking break before we get ready on the other side with the RetailEX Awards 2025. May we please now request you all to take those 30 minutes of power-packed refreshment break. We'd request you to now take your belongings outside as this hall is going to be getting revamped for the awards, and may we please request you to re-register for the awards as well. So on the other side, after 30 minutes, we'd urge you to join us for the inaugural edition of the RetailEX Awards 2025. Do remember, e4m RetailEX is the hashtag. We'll see you on the other side. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for the summit. We'll see you at the awards. Thank you.